Hey, this is Troy Taylor with the Championship Football Coaches Clinic podcast, sponsored by First Down Playbook, Rack Coach, Tip of the Spear, the Top Hopper, Recruit Compass, and Sports Workbook. Coach Wiley, Sports Workbook is going to send you your own personalized sports workbook. Coach McNally got one. Coach Saulnier's got one. It's just an old school, paper and pen workbook. But, Coach, thank you so much for coming on. I apologize for the technical difficulties. The co-host today is Steve Saulnier. For anybody that doesn't know Coach Bob Wiley, could you tell us a little bit about yourself, Coach, and where are you from?
I'm from the great state of Rhode Island. Okay, the state is 39 miles long and 31 miles wide, and you can live anywhere you want in the state of Rhode Island and be to work in 2 minutes. You can't do that with any other state in the union. 3/4 of the state is water. I was born. I was brought up there. I was brought up in a small mill town, West Warwick, Rhode Island. It's 4 by 6 miles wide. Okay, it's right on the river. Where all the textile mills. We got a whole slew of textile mills. One of them, the Lippert Mill, was built in 1809, somewhere back there, one of the original textile mills in the country. So I was brought up in that little community there. Where football was really important. Kind of like Massillon, Ohio. If you guys ever know Massillon, Ohio, for every baby boy born in Massillon, Ohio, they put a football in a baby's crib. Okay, so kind of crazy like that about football for a period of time. Okay, and recently, since it's dropped off, but for a number of years, there was one period of time where they had won 5 or 60 games in a row, and the high school went down and played in the Orange Bowl, some team in Florida. My head high school football coach was a guy named Frank Mazzini for the Chicago Bears. This is kind of really interesting, and a few minutes to explain it. All right, I'm a junior high school football coach. I'm trying to put the blocking rules, the blocking schemes to rules. I didn't know how to do that. So I go to a college football clinic in 1975, and there was a young guy up there talking, and he sounded really intelligent. He knew his stuff, and I said, I need to talk to that guy, right? And so I went up to him after. I said, Coach, can you help me? I'm trying to get these rules, these plays to rules. They said, I can't do that now, but if you back, I can help you. And it was Jimmy McNally. And he was coaching at Boston College, and Joe Yukiko was the head coach. And so I go back, I don't know how many days later, and he was very gracious with his time. And we put all these plays that I had and some of the protections, the blocking rules. Back then, the rules were a little bit different than they are now. It was in, on, out, linebacker, gap on down. It was all those type of things, okay? So as I move on with my career, I go to high school football. All right, and then Jimmy ends up leaving Boston College, goes down to Wake Forest. A few years later, I'm not exactly know the time. I think in '78 he was down at Wake Forest. So I ended up working my way up, and I get to Brown University. Okay, and so I'm working at Brown University, and Jimmy's down at Wake Forest. I go down and visit Jimmy down at Wake Forest. Right back, right, and then at the end, Jimmy, I think in 1980, John Makovic was the head coach at Wake Forest at the time. So on that staff, there was John Makovic, McNally, there was Ray Sherman, who ended up being in the pro for a long time. Marty Galbert ended up working with the Chiefs. Bill Urbanek ended up coaching in pro football. Guys on that staff ended up coaching in pro football. And Mike Working ended up coaching the Lions. He was on that staff. Makovic leaves, and he goes to be the quarterback Landry at the Dallas Cowboys, and Jimmy gets a call from Florida. He goes to the Bengals. Okay, so I'm sitting in my office, right, and Jimmy calls and he says, hey, listen to this. You gotta talk to me about some of these plays. Listen to these plays. Forrest just gave me the playbook. I said, okay. 48 MUNO, 39 UO smash, 7 HA power, 46. All the plays that we had talked about and put rules to for some years before. Okay, so it had to be that was going around, right, that George Hallis had, because my high school coach played for George Hallis, right? And he was on a 1946 World Championship Chicago Bear team. He played for the Bears for a number of years, right? And that offense must have been going with Hallis and Lombardi, and then Forrest had it and took it down to Cincinnati. Okay, that's how it all kind of started. All right, and then I went out to visit in Cincinnati for one of the mini camps, and then I go out for training camp almost every year. I'd be in a training camp. Okay, and so that's the relationship started like that, and I got friendly with a lot of the guys on the staff: Bruce Coslett, Sam Weiss, okay, Dick LeBeau, right? Those kind of guys. And then when Bruce got the job at the Jets, okay, he called and hired me to coach at the Jets. So to make that a long, kind of shortened over the years, okay, but that's how it all kind of started. My head high school football coach played for the Bears with the same plays that Jimmy was running at Cincinnati that we had put rules to years before when I was a junior high school football coach.
And that was one of the questions Coach McNally wanted to know, was about your blocking rules and how you were using the pro blocking rules coaching junior high. He asked me to ask you about, did you play football at Colorado? Did you go to Colorado?
That's 1 year. 1 year in the beginning.
And then he said, what college did you actually graduate from?
I left and I came back, and I graduated from Roger Williams College in Bristol, Rhode Island.
Yeah. And he
wanted
to know.
Came back and go ahead.
Yeah, he wanted to know, had you ever coached rec ball, or was it just middle school? Was it youth ball, or was it just middle school was the lowest that you've coached?
No, Pop Warner. I started coaching Pop Warner football. Okay.
Wow.
Junior high school football. And then I coached high school football. Right. And then I coached college football and then pro football in the NFL and in the CFL and now in the NFL. All right. So I kind of did that. Jimmy's been my mentor all the way through. And I was very fortunate. Jimmy introduced me to Howard Mudd, Jim Hannafin, Billy Muir. There was a lot of guys that I met through Jimmy that we became, good friends and shared ideas with over the years.
Yeah, Coach.
Jimmy helped me with that.
Like I told you, Coach McNally said that I'm the biggest name dropper of all time, but he single-handedly went through your entire resume and told me every single coach that you ever worked for and who got you the job and how many times exactly that you called either the head coach, the AD, the booster. I mean, so Brown University, Coach, you was a GA at Brown. He wanted me to ask you about Brown. That was the start.
I was never a GA. Okay, at any of them. Right, at Brown University, they had part-time football coaches. They weren't GA; they were part-time salaried football coaches, kind of like today, limited earnings coaches, restricted earnings coaches.
Yes, sir.
So I did that, and I was fortunate, right, because Brown was in the same state up in, so I didn't have to move, right, and then from Brown I went to Holy Cross College. Okay, and up at Holy Cross College, that staff was Rick Carter was the head coach. Mark Duffner was on that staff. I don't know if you know Mark. Mark, he's with us now. He's been in pro football for a long time. Kevin Coyle was on that staff. He's a secondary coach, been in pro football for a long time. So I was on that. George DeLeon, who just passed his soul. Okay, he was on that staff. Joe ended up in pro football. I don't know. I don't think George really liked pro football. I think he liked college football better. And so that was the staff at Holy Cross College. And then I got a phone call one day from Bill Muir, who was coaching over at the Patriots. I was close with Billy. Billy was a defensive line coach at the University of Rhode Island at one time. I go down and talk with the guys at the University of Rhode Island. Billy was a defensive line coach down there at that time. He ended up coaching the offensive line later on. Okay, so I've known Billy for a long, long time. He called me up and said, "Hey, I got one of our running back coaches got the head coaching job at Ohio University. He said he's looking for a line coach." He said, "Are you interested?" I said, "Sure." So I ended up going to Ohio University as the offensive line coach. All right, and so I was there for 3 years, and then from Ohio University, I got fired after 3 years. Okay, and I went to Colorado State. Okay, Colorado State, my first year there was with Leon Fuller. Okay, and there was a guy on that staff named Kay Dalton who since passed away. All right, he was a wonderful football coach, and I really enjoyed working for Kay. He was an old pro football coach. He with the Broncos. He coached with the Houston Oilers. He was around pro football for a long time, and I really learned a lot from Kay. All right, and so we all ended up getting fired at Colorado State. All right, and then Earl Bruce, right, came in. All right, and so the story goes, Gary Spino, who was a friend of mine, lived up in Canton, Ohio. I used to recruit the northeast part of Ohio. And Gary Spino was friends with Tom McDaniels, and Tom McDaniels is Josh's dad.
I had him on the show, Coach.
Canton McKinley High School. So I got friendly with Tom, and I would go there on Friday afternoons. My last stop would be at Tom's place. It was me, Nick Saban, Jimmy Bowman, Jimmy Bowman ended up coaching our tight ends at the Bears when I was there. He ended up being the quarterback at Ohio State for Jim Tressel. Okay, and there was a guy named Bob Schletsky, and we would all meet in Tom's office, right? Because back then there was no video; it was 16 millimeter film. We had to sit down and watch the film. They wouldn't let it out of the building, and then we all have dinner. Okay, so I ended up. So Gary Spino was friends with Tom. So Earl was trying to get the head job at Colorado State. He was at Northern Iowa, right? And somehow he was talking to Gary Spino because Gary was a big Ohio State guy when Earl was there. Right? And Gary says, "Hey, I got a buddy that works in that staff. Maybe he can help you out." Well, D, right? They fired everybody, but they kept me, and they kept another young coach named James Bedford who coached our secondary. And he says, "I want you two guys to stay and to talk to Coach Bruce." Well, Mike McMorris, okay, was the GA there at the time. Mike was Jerry McMorris's son. Jerry owned Northwest Transportation Company. Was also part owner of the baseball team in Denver. Okay,
Colorado Rockies.
And the Colorado Rockies. So he owned the Colorado Rockies, and so. He was involved on the team that was research team for the coach at Colorado State. He was on the board of trustees at Colorado State. So Gary told Earl that I get a call from Earl, and now I'm getting information from Mike on what his father's doing and who they're to. Okay, so Mike gives me this information. I give it to Earl. Okay. So Earl knows what his competition is, okay, and that's how I started a relationship with Earl Bruce, okay, and then finally one night I knew he had the job because Mike called me and said, "Hey, Coach, he's hired Earl Bruce." So I get a call from Earl, right? He said, "Tell me what's going on." I said, "You know what's going on." He said, "You." I said, "It happened in a hotel room down in Denver." Right? And he was surprised I knew that, right? And I said, "I just got to ask you one thing, Coach." I said, "Are you going to keep me and Vance?" And he says, "Yes, I am." I said, "Okay, thank you, Coach." Right? There we go. And I ended up working for Earl Bruce at Colorado State. And that staff that he put together was a good football staff. I was on that staff. Not that I'm a good football coach by any means, right? But I was on that staff. There was a guy in that staff, Loney, Steve ended up coaching in the NFL for a number of years. I think he's coaching in the USFL now in Philadelphia. I'm not exactly sure. Steve Zabel was on that staff. Steve spent a number of years in the NFL. Kit Cartwright was on that staff. Kit ended up being a quarterback coach at Michigan, University of Michigan. Okay. Vance Bedford was on that staff with me. Okay. And Vance ended up with me, Bears. And then he ended up with, then he was at Michigan for a while. Vance, and then he was at Texas for a while. So Vance was on that staff. Skip Holt's kid, Lou Holtz's kid, Skip, he was on that staff. You know the story about, right? He became the coordinator at Notre Dame, head coach of Connecticut, Louisiana Lafayette. Now he's coaching in the USFL. They won the championship last year in Birmingham. I'm trying to think of other guys that were on that staff. A kid named Tom Ellis was on that staff. But to make a long story short, we're scrimmaging in the stadium. Okay, we're scrimmaging in the stadium, and Earl's old school, so we all had to meet together. Well, the guys that were doing the video, shooting the game, were injured players. They would help the video guy out, okay? So during the scrimmage, they shoot the game. Well, we got a script, we got the plays, we all sit down at the table, okay? And the coach, Coach Bruce has got the clicker, right? And we're watching the video, watching the scrimmage, and there's a play on the script. It's not on the video. Oh my God. Okay, you might think there was an atomic explosion at this place. And Skip Holtz was in charge of the video guys. And he looks at Skip and he starts yelling at Skip, I don't care who your old man is, Holtz. You're going to be cutting meat and out if this happens again. You understand me, Holtz? So Steve Zabel had worked with Earl at Ohio State. And then he had worked with Earl at Iowa State. Okay, so Iowa State, Ohio State, okay, and then I think he worked with him at Northern Colorado. I'm not sure about that one. Okay, so Steve had been with Earl a long time, so I would take my cues from Steve when I was supposed to walk on, keep your mouth shut. So I look at Steve, so I just shut up. I wouldn't say anything, right? I try not to. I can help but laugh. Oh, a few more plays go by. It's on the screen, not on the screen. He takes a coffee cup and he throws it at Skip. Now it's coffee all over the place, right? It's ceramic stuff all over the place, right? He says, that's it. Whoa, excuse me. He says, that's it. He says, you guys, you dumbasses, football coaches, Earl has to fix this because you guys are too, that's what you said, because you guys are too stupid. Earl has to fix this. So I used to meet with my players at 6 o'clock in the morning because Earl didn't want you to spend a lot of time with your players. Right? You only gave you a short amount of time. You can't coach the offensive line unless you've got some good quality time to spend with them. So I told the guys, look, I said, we'll meet at 6 o'clock in the morning. I said, I'll bring in the donuts. You guys bring what you want to drink. Chocolate milk, coffee, orange juice. I don't really care. So I pick up 4 dozen. I'd come in. I didn't even know if that was legal at the time. This was way back, right? So I come in with the donuts one morning, and I look at the practice area, and the lights are on. I said, who the hell's on this area? So I go walk across, and I stick my head in there, right? And there's Earl, and he's dressed up in stuff, and he's got a whistle, right? He's got the video guy. And he's running the video guys on gases back across the field. He's running the video guys. They're doing push-ups and sit-ups, and they're running gases. Right? I started laughing. Right? I still laugh today when I told the story. I say, you're running the video guys gases. But I'll tell you one thing. Now, these are guys that had knees, right, shoulders. Right? These guys, these were the injured guys. They weren't even supposed to be doing this stuff, right? Earl's running them on, right? So I go in the room with the player. I shut the door. I said, "Don't say anything. Be quiet." Earl walks by. You can hear him go up the stairs. right? Then we open it up, we continue our meeting, right? The next time we every play, right, was on that script, was on that video. Every single play. They didn't miss a play. So of the Earl Bruce stories that everybody has, I was working for him, God rest his soul. All right. And I think it was tough, but he made you a good football coach. He made you had to be. We all had a bond together, okay, right, to be tougher than him. So he made us a good cohesive staff and, good football coaches, because you had to be.
Did that come from Woody Hayes? Did that come
Yeah.
from Coach Hayes?
Yes, it come from Woody Hayes. He was a mini Woody, all right?
A mini Woody. And I mean,
in the meetings, okay, he'd get on your ass, or in practice, he'd get on your ass. But if you were in his office and you were with him one-on-one, he was like a different person. He was an entirely different person. So I think at one time we were the 5th in the country and running the football, and we got to go play Wyoming, and Wyoming stump 4-3 defense that George Perlis had made, Michigan State, all that stuff. So Pat Morris is coaching a line at Michigan State, and when I called Pat, what are you running against that works, that's good? Pat gave me a few ideas to run, so I run them by Earl. We in the offensive meeting, and putting the game plan. We're not running those. We're going to run these plays here. All right. I said, Coach, I talked to Pat, and he said, well, they got our film where we played Eastern Michigan over how we would play. And I said, so I called Jim Hockema, who was the head coach of Eastern Michigan. I said, Jim, did you send that film out to Wyoming? He said, nope, they don't have any of that film. We didn't send anything out, Bob. I said, okay, thank you. The coach again, right? I said, Coach, they don't have anything. I said, I think it's a better place to run, in my own personal opinion. No, we're running this, that. So we go up to Wyoming and we get our ass kicked. I don't even know if we crossed the 50-yard line. Okay, so now we come back and we're watching the game film. We go through the game film, right? And he looks at me, it's your fault. I said, it's my fault. How is it my fault? I said, you have to run those plays. He says, this is your fault because you weren't adamant enough with me not running those plays. He blamed it on me. The things we used to do to the poor guy, Timmy Salem, who was on that, ended up being an Ohio State coordinator in real good football. I was at Pittsburgh now, right? A real good football coach. Right? He would take his headset, right, and he'd tie the line short. You know what I mean? So if he's going down the sideline, and the assistants would stand as far away as they could. Okay, so if he's after one of us, right, he's going to go so far, and his headset's going to fall off. Right? They couldn't keep up with us. So Timmy would do that to the poor guy. We kind of drove the guy nuts, right? We'd have pregame meal. All the coaches sat together. So Earl was at the head of the table. So Timmy sat to his left, and Tom Ellis sat to his right. So he was always on Tommy's butt. He was on Tommy all the time. And I sat like 2 or 3 down next to Zabo. So he's yelling at Tommy something. And Timmy Salem's got the salt shaker, and he's putting salt all over his meat. Earl's not supposed to have salt because of high blood pressure. And I'm watching. I said, oh, he's trying to kill the son of a gun. Holy. So anyway, I ended up at Colorado State. It was top. All right. We ended up, I think we went 6-5. They were bad for a long time, and I think the next year they went to a bowl game. Then I get a call from Bruce Coslett to the New York Jets.
Hey, Coach, can I ask you something about Ohio State? I want to ask you about Coach Joe Bugel and Alex Gibbs being the offensive line coaches for Woody Hayes. Who else was the offensive line coach for Coach Hayes? And those two guys, I mean, they're legends. So can you talk a little bit about that and how important running the ball was to Coach Hayes? Because Coach McNally, he doesn't like talking about the history of the game. He said, Troy, I don't want to talk about it, but you're a historian. So talk to me a little bit about Woody Hayes,
I don't
running
know
the
about,
ball, Joe Bugel, and Alex Gibbs.
I don't know. Joe Bugel, after Joe Bugel offered me 2 jobs, and I turned them down. I really wanted to work for Joe. He was at Arizona, and I get a call. I was with the Jets. I had 3 job offers at one time. I wish you could put them in the bank, you know what I mean, and use them later, because you know you're going to get your butt fired. You take them out of the bank, right? So I had a contract. Dick Steinberg was the GM, God rest his soul, at the Jets. He offered me a 3-year contract. Yeah, but I was coaching the tight ends there, and I want to be a line coach. Well, Joe, was at Arizona. He was in his second. He was going into his 3rd year of a 4-year contract. So I went down there, I interviewed. He offered me the job. I told him, I'll get back to you on that. I said I'll go. I got to go to the Jets. I got to stop and think about this for a couple of days, right? And then Sam Weiss called. And I had known Sam from visiting with the Bengals all those years. Right, he offered me a job at Tampa Bay, and then Harry called me from the Eagles, and I got a job offered with the Eagles. And so I.
What year was it with the Eagles, Coach? What year with the Eagles?
It was 90, beginning. That's after the 91 season.
Okay.
So I went down to Tampa because I knew Sam. I knew it was the same offense we ran at the Jets. So I didn't have to really do anything new. So I called Joe, and Joe was kind of upset with me. Then later on, he got the job with the Raiders, and he called me again.
Man, I forgot he was the coach of the Raiders.
Man. And I couldn't go to that one because I was still under contract. And so I can't leave. I'm under contract. And I said, you're going to have to call them and let me go, which they didn't. So so that's Joe Bugel. Alex. Alex was a secondary guy. Wow. He coached the secondary for a while. So he into the defense, right? And somehow he got involved in coaching the offensive line, right? And he knew a lot of the coverage and how the coverages were tied into the front, which made him really versed in how the defense was going to react and which way to run the football based on what the coverages are, right? He ended up coming. I believe he came to talk to me at the Bengals about the outside zone play.
Yeah.
Right. And then he took the outside zone play, he tweaked it a little bit, to make it fit the way he run it. And Alex had a lot of success in running those 2 plays, the inside and the outside zone play. And I really think Alex's success stemmed from because he was the only one that coached it. The tight end coach didn't have anything to say about it. The quarterback didn't have anything to say about it. Quarterback coach. The running back coach didn't have anything to say about it. Alex coached it from start to finish. So everything that happened, Alex coached it. So when you can do that and you don't have to get all the other people involved in it, all right, you could pretty much have some success with it. And he did. Now, don't get me wrong. He had some really good running backs. He had good quarterbacks, good running backs. I mean, that all fit into the process, And back then, the defenses were such where you just put your helmet outside, right, and the defense ran outside, so it was kind of easy to make a move, right? And you could play with undersized guys. You could play with 80, 85-pound guys at guards. You know what I mean? Because you just needed to get the defense to run. If you got them to run. It was the theory of expanding angles, because they all at the same speed. Some run faster than others run, some run slower. And then the theory of expanding angles, right? And there's a seam and the back gets in the seam, So Alex had a lot of success doing that. Then they put the run action passes with that. Then they put in the nakeds and the keepers, So they built a whole package with Shanahan, but running those 2 football plays, and he did a masterful job of what they did. with so many undersized guys. Nowadays, the defense are 320 pounds or better. You know what I mean? They're up in that area. You can play with the undersized guys, especially at the three techniques, okay? Because they get so much penetration and they knock your butt back. You know, so you had to, as on, you had to get bigger guys up front because you had to combat the three techniques. Okay, well, they'd be in your backfield. All right, so the game has changed because of the size of the players and the pressure of the defense and, you know, some of those type of things. Now, even though you're running an outside stretch play, we're starting to stay more square on the three technique because if you turn your shoulders and hips, he's going 3 yards deep in the backfield. So even though you're running a stretch play, you're staying more square on the three technique. All right, so those are things that have changed since Alex had it. Alex and Joe were really two good guys to learn different techniques you want. Joe, I learned a lot of the gap stuff from him because he was a gap guy, okay? And Alex more of the zone stuff along with Jimmy. Howard Mudd. Jimmy would visit with Howard. Okay, that was interesting. You know, one time, right? Me and Jimmy are talking. He says, "Hey, you got to go talk to Howard." I said, "But he knows you, Jimmy. Not like he doesn't know I don't know you, right?" He says, "Well, call him up and see if you talk about, you know, the zone schemes with him." Now, that was the year after. What's his name? The two running backs, Mack and Briner. I can't remember the other back. There was two backs that had 1,000 yards each at Cleveland. Mack and Briner, that's it. Mack and Mack, right? Yeah, and they had 1,000 yards, right? So I called Howard up and I said, "Hey, can I come up and talk to you about, you know, the zone schemes?" He says, "Yeah, but," he says, "come on Thursday night. Friday gives us Friday off, and there's not going to be anybody around." So on Thursday night, I go over to the office on Friday morning, right? And I spend Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with Howard talking about the inside zone play and the outside zone play. 2 plays. That's all we talked about. 2 plays for 3 days. 2 plays. I come back, I type it all up, you know, draw pictures. I got 26 typewritten pages on 2 football plays. 2 football plays. The amount of detail that he put into those 2 plays. What do you got? I said, "Well, this is what I got," right? And I sent it to him, right? They take it, right? And they sit down, I guess, and they talk about it as a staff, and they go to the Super Bowl, right? And Jimmy gets a call from Howard. He says, "Jesus Christ, Jimmy, what you could do is change some of the stuff. Make it look a little different." I mean, they did it like verbatim. Everyone did, you know, and so that's another story that included Howard, right? And so those guys really were great technical teachers of the game. Teach the game. You know, teach them, don't tell them. Those guys did that. Mm-hmm. Teach them, don't tell them. I always remember that. Okay, and then when I was at Wake Forest, I mean, I wasn't at Wake Forest. When I would go with Jimmy at Wake Forest, he went over and he visited with a guy named Ernie Zwallen. I think Ernie Zwallen was the line coach. I don't know, it was Baltimore or was Indianapolis. I can't remember who he was the line coach for. But Zwallen was the guy that did the duck demeanor. Okay, mm-hmm. All right, when Jimmy first started the demeanor drills and stuff, right? That was from Ernie Zwallen, and he came back and he was teaching me, you know, about the duck demeanor and how to run with your knees bent and keep your knees inside your ankles and you play off your insteps, and you know what I mean. A lot of that stuff come from it, and then Jimmy took it and tweaked it, right, and made it his, and had a lot of success with it. Okay, and how to drill your players. Put their knees bent and have a base. And you have to drill them, right? And drill them and drill them and drill them to do that because it's really an unnatural position. I mean, you guys don't about this stuff, but playing the offensive line, you go to a park, okay, and you see kids playing in a park, right? And what are they doing? They're throwing the ball, playing basketball, right? They're playing baseball. They may be kicking a soccer ball, right? How many kids use 3-point stance, right? Doing kick steps and power steps and backing up. Okay, they don't do that. That's a taught thing. Those other things come natural for the kids playing at the playgrounds, right? Being an offensive lineman, that's a learned thing. Okay, you got to learn how to do that. You got to learn how to put your hand on the ground and play. Okay, they don't see that when kids go out to play in the park. That's not what they do. So you have to teach that kid, from a young age and how to do that. All right, so that demeanor stuff was really important. And then Jimmy got friendly with Jerry Wamford, okay, with pass protection technique, okay, pass protection technique, which was really ahead of its time, okay, and
I got this. Jerry Wamfler, he was Coach Gilman's O-line coach with the Eagles. That's when Coach McNally met him.
Yep.
Coach,
and he was up at
$70, Coach, on eBay.
Yeah.
Can you believe they're selling Sid Gilman's autograph for $70?
Excellent.
Excellent.
Jimmy, I think Jerry Wamford, I think he was at Detroit too, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was at Detroit also. But he was wonderful with the footwork about, your kick step, if you get stretched too far, you have to bring it back to your base. Or bring it back to your base and then you power step in it. Mm-hmm. So we used to work in that footwork all the time. Okay, and that was a unique thing. And so Jimmy had a wonderful way of taking a technique and learning how to master the technique and then using it with the players. Okay, you're a wonderful teacher of the game. Touch Oak, God rest his soul, Tunch, with the punches.
Yeah.
Okay, Jimmy got friendly with Tunch. Okay, and then the next thing I know, Tunch is talking at our clinic. And Jimmy's got all the Tunch stuff down, and he's using it with his players. Okay, and so he's wonderful about seeing stuff, learning how to adapt it and make it work. Okay, and he's always constantly changing. Okay, but all the time he changed it, he made it better. Okay, for the kid to be a better player. Not that the other stuff didn't work. This stuff may work better or easier for the guy. So that's, that Jimmy had a wonderful doing that. He still does.
I mean, yeah, he's changing the game again. Now he's on Twitter. Coach Saulnier, Steve, I know you got a question for Coach, but talk about Coach McNally changing the game on Twitter. I mean,
it's unbelievable. I mean, we have our players actually watching him. I mean, I take time. Coach Wiley, you talked about, meeting with your players. I take a couple minutes away from my meeting time to watch a clip, not the whole, a clip or two of what Coach McNally's teaching, because I say, this is what Coach McNally, I may say it a little different. I'm trying to get everything the way he says it, but this is what I've been trying to teach you guys. So it's really awesome. And what I always love, like Coach Troy just said, Coach McNally has always adapted, and he consistently has changed the game for the better. That's one thing I love about Coach McNally, amongst other things.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing with Jimmy, a lot. The thing about offensive line coaches, okay, and we're willing to share ideas. Yes. All right, I don't know anybody that I can call and say, hey, I'm having a problem with this, right? And they'll share ideas with you. That's the only position that does that. I don't know any other position that does that. Okay, what other position? We have an offensive line clinic that's 800-900 guys, and that's virtual. Okay, what other position does that? There's no other position that does that.
No.
The last couple of years, we've had them from 20 different countries. 20 different countries show up virtually.
Wow.
That's crazy. It's the only position that allows. Now, we're not going to tell you audibles. We're not going to tell you snap counts. We're not going to do that stuff. But we'll tell you how to place block. We'll tell you the techniques that we're using. We'll tell you why we're using them and what we think is better. And You have to take what you need that maybe adapts to the game that you're coaching and how you're coaching it. Okay. Some of it doesn't always fit with everybody. Okay.
Right.
So, you take what you need and it'll work. Okay. If you stay with it long enough. Here's if I can give you some advice. Okay. If I haven't told you anything, you're trying to find out my history. Brown, Holy Cross, Ohio U, Colorado State. I was at the University of Cincinnati. I was at Syracuse. Okay. I was at the Jets, Tampa Bay. All right. Then I went to the Bengals. And the Bengals I went to Bears to the Cardinals to the Broncos to the Raiders to the Browns. And I was in Canada. It was at Winnipeg and Saskatchewan. We went to 2 Grey Cups. Okay. I went to Ottawa. Okay. So I've coached every level of football. And I've coached in the Football League and the Canadian Football League. Okay. And awesome. I've been blessed to be around some wonderful teachers of the game. We always didn't win. I always had, I always wanted to go to work in the next one. Okay. The guys that I worked with and worked for. All right. Now, I was telling you, if I give you one thing today, okay, and I find this in a lot of coaches, old coaches, not so much old coaches, but in the younger coaches, okay, it's what you don't tell them. It's just as important as what you do tell them. What you don't tell them is just as important because you know too much. And if you try to give the player the information that you have, okay, you're going to mess that kid up. You are literally going to mess that kid up. You're going to freeze that kid. That kid's not going to know where to step. He's not going to want to step because he's afraid he's going to make a mistake. Okay? All right? So it's what you don't tell them is important as what you do tell them. Right? But you want to impress the kid, so you're trying to give him all this knowledge you have. Players not impressed with your knowledge. Players don't care how much. Players care how much you care about them. That's what they care about. You care about them as people first, okay? And then their players second, okay? So if you try to give them, I just give them this much. I don't know if you can see my hand. Just give them that much. That's all they need. Okay? Then the next day you give them the same amount. And in 7 days, right, they'll have that much. You try to give them 7 days, one, you're wrecking that kid. You're hurting that kid. Okay? He don't need information right now. He may need it down the road, but he don't need it right now. What does he need to know today? What are we working on that he needs to know today? Okay? And then how does the kid learn? How does that player learn? A lot of guys don't do that. You guys know what unconscious competence is. Anybody know what unconscious competence is? All right? The 4 stages of learning a new skill. Don't you think as a coach, as a teacher, you should know the 4 stages of learning a new skill? Wouldn't that be kind of important to you? So what's unconscious competence? I spent a lot of Glacier clinics over my career. Going way back, I spoke with Frank for years and years and years, and even with the new owners. Okay? And right, I asked the guys when my first talk is what the players in the first meeting. Well, one of the things I said, you guys know in the meeting, I said, you guys know what unconscious competence is. And maybe 2 guys in the whole room will raise their hand. This is important stuff. This is how the importance of learning a new skill. How do you learn a new skill? Okay, there's 4 stages how everybody learns on the planet. Everybody learns the same way on this planet. Nobody learns different than anybody else learns. Okay, so the 4 stages of learning a new skill. The first stage, right, is you're unconscious, you're incompetent. Okay, you don't know. It's not your fault because you haven't been introduced to the techniques, right? And the stuff that I'm about to teach you. I'll just use me in it, okay? So that's the first thing, and I don't care if you're Joe Thomas, okay, or if you're a first-year rookie sitting in a meeting room. You're unconscious and you're incompetent. You don't know. It's not your fault. Now, I'm going to have to teach you, okay? I'm going to have to teach you how I go about doing that. So I have to look at film as much as you get, okay, on your strengths and your weaknesses. This is what you do good. This is what you don't do as well, okay? So we need to take your weaknesses and bring them up to your strengths, right? So that's the thing I have to do as a coach, okay? Right? Now I got to get them from stage 1 to stage 2. Now I'm going to introduce them to these new techniques, a new language, right? A new way that we're going to work, okay? Whatever that situation is, okay? So getting them from stage 1 to stage 2, okay? I'm introducing them to new hand placements, new footwork, new body, whatever it is, okay? What that kid needs, okay? So now I moved them to step 2. They know. So now they're conscious, but they're still incompetent. Second stage is conscious incompetence. They're conscious that they know exist, but they're incompetent because they still can't do it. Now, just because I did that doesn't mean they have it, right? Doesn't mean they have it. When they leave the room, okay, go do other things, when they're back, they're probably back in stage 1 again. So you got to do it all over again. Get them to stage 2, okay? Right? So now I got to get them from stage 2 to stage 3. How do I do that? Okay? That is reps. How many reps am I going to give them? You know, repetition is the killer of all learning. Right? I read a book one time, 33 perfect reps. Do something 33 times perfectly, and it's in your subconscious. Well, block Vince Wilfork or the kid that plays at LA, you know, was it Donald?
Aaron
right?
Donald.
Aaron Donald, yeah. Try to block that guy in 33 perfect. I think you'll make out with that. Okay? So, you know, so it's the number of reps, it's the complexity of the task. I say, Troy, open that up. Okay? And if it takes you 33 times to have a problem, you're probably not going to be on the field. Okay?
Yeah.
If it takes you 33 times, because the complexity of the task of opening the door is not great. Okay? But blocking Aaron Donald is. The complexity of that task is great. Okay?
Yeah.
How many reps? Okay? Once you start reps, okay, right now you're conscious and you're competent. Conscious competence, right? You're conscious of the skill, right? And you can do the skill, not stage 3, but you still have to think about it. Mm-hmm. I don't want you thinking about it, okay? I want when the ball is snapped, you go. And all 5 guys go together as one. Okay, right? So you get the competence, stage 3, right? Now I got to get you the unconscious competence. What's unconscious competence? You guys, in the course of the day, are going to drive your car, correct? Do you think about it? You get in the car, you put your seatbelt on, you put your keys in the engine, okay? You start the car up. Right, and you go. You never ever think about driving the car. You think about where you're going, but you don't think about driving. That's unconscious competence. You get out of the car, you shut the door. You don't think, you just shut the door. Okay? You walk into a room, you turn a light switch on. You don't think about it, you just do it. Unconscious competence.
Look who's calling me, Coach.
Oh, the GOAT.
Yeah. Hey, Coach.
It's
I'm not, Coach. We're only 50 minutes into this thing, and we're just on unconscious competence.
Competence.
Okay, well then I'll let you go. But that embarrassed me, what Coach Ball did. There's no way that I would allow him to do that. He can't just do that on his own. Why would he do that?
I'm not sure, Coach. I just think that he wanted to do something nice for you and have.
Well, I appreciate his whatever. But
Coach
LeBeau took at least 10 minutes of his time, and he mentioned things that I was not as good as he said I would, like schmoozing me.
What?
I would never approve that. So people can't just take it upon themselves to do that.
Yeah.
And I'm not mad at Coach Ball, but he can't do that. I mean,
Coach Wiley. Coach Wiley, Coach Bald, who's a friend of yours, he got Dick LeBeau to make a very nice message about Coach McNally. Now, what do you think about it? What do you think about that, Coach?
I think that was improper for him to do that without my permission, and I fucking am pissed about it. And it's not that he's not a good guy, but to ask Dick LeBeau to do that without my permission is not proper.
Yeah, but period. I think Dick LeBeau got paid for it, Coach. He got paid $50 to do the message.
Well,
oh my. That's not good.
Huh, Coach Wiley? Coach Wiley, what do you think?
To actually do that about somebody else. Now, if you're in a testimonial, it may be a little something different, okay? But not in this situation. That's not the proper. It's not the proper road to take, okay? And Jimmy has earned a lot of respect amongst us as coaches. Okay.
And you laugh about it, Troy. I am not fucking laughing about it. I mean, LeBeau was nice. He was cordial. He said nice things. I love Dick LeBeau. But for someone else to do that without asking my permission is fucking wrong. And
yeah, Coach.
Right.
Coach. Coach.
All the fuck you want to laugh, but that was not right.
Well,
Coach Ball could think he was doing something nice, but you don't do things like that with without someone else's permission.
Yeah, Coach. Well, he'll take it down, Coach.
Well, I don't give a fuck. It's a fucking testimonial like you'd give fucking George Washington or fucking General MacArthur.
I'm sorry, Coach.
Well, I mean, it's just like that fucking guy. Who put that guy on there? You did. The guy that, hey, Coach McNally, we're both 80 years old. Who asked? Did he do that on his own?
No, Coach. He didn't do it on his own.
Why did he do that?
I think he just did it just for the fun of it, Coach. But Coach, I apologize. I'm sorry you're upset. I'm gonna get him to take that down, Coach. So.
Well, why? Who asked him to do it?
You talking about Dick LeBeau or the Coach Green, Coach?
Coach Green.
The Coach Green. I got Coach Green to make you that message, Coach. I told you that.
Yeah. Well, that's not right. I mean, other people that are watching Twitter, 10,000 of them, have to wait 2 or 3 minutes for Coach Green to finish his testimonial to me on 80 push-ups. Okay, that's wasting somebody's time. Somebody looks at that, they start watching it. Oh my God, I gotta watch. If you think that's what's fun on Twitter, then just leave it there. But
nah, Coach. If you're upset about the Dick LeBeau, I'll get him to take it down, Coach.
No, don't. Then that would be an embarrassment to Dick LeBeau. So don't take it down. Don't take any of it down. I'm just telling you that, and you can ask Wylie if he knows what I mean.
Coach Wiley agrees, Coach, but I don't think Coach Wiley has listened to it yet, what he said. But
Jimmy, I have not listened to it, Jimmy. okay, and I don't think it's the right road to take. I talk about some of the history that you and me have gone through, okay?
No, it was nothing bad, Coach. Coach Dick
Yeah.
LeBeau did not say anything bad. He only gave a glowing.
You don't get the point, fucking Troy. Listen, Dick LeBeau saying Jimmy McNally's one of the greatest coaches. I actually copied him of the way he motivated his players, or the way he was so precise at the footwork. Then it got me thinking about.
Yeah, but Coach, he loves you, Coach. He said that you influenced his coaching style. I mean, that's what Dick LeBeau said, Coach. Coach, you're the GOAT, Coach. Just accept it.
Might have been just schmoozing.
Yeah,
So,
no, he wasn't schmoozing, Coach, because everybody says the same thing about you, Coach, that you're the GOAT. Coach Wiley, tell him he's the GOAT, Coach.
Don't take either of them down, because I don't want either guy to be embarrassed that we took their thing down, particularly Coach LeBeau, in particular the guy that was complimentary, but it's that someone else asked them to do it.
Yeah, but it wasn't you, Coach. They love you. They think you're the best. But Coach, it's okay, Coach. We love you. Coach Wiley, what would you like to say to Coach McNally?
Well, I thank Dave for what he's done in my career, and we've been buddies and together in football since 1975. So
yeah.
I don't know how many years it's been that we've had discussed, and we care about each other's people first, and then coaches second. Okay, and any problems that I had, and any things I've done, okay. In furthering his career, he's made many phone calls for me to try to get jobs. He used to tell me all the time, "You make too many phone calls. Just call him twice and then." That's what he used to tell me. He'd tell me that, just call him a couple of times and say, "You got too many people calling those guys, right?" You know, so I asked him. I said, "Jimmy, can you call this guy?" He said, "Bob, I don't even know who I am anymore. I've been retired for I don't know how many years." But he'll do what you want. I tell you what, this past season, I'm having trouble blocking a nose guard on the outside stretch play. I called Jimmy. I said, "Jimmy," I said, "send me some of your tapes, send me some stuff on how we block the nose guard on the stretch play with one hand." You know, by the end of the day, I had it. I had it up. I had it in my film bank. Okay, I had it up showing my players. Okay, and it was times this year that I've called him up to do stuff like that, and he sends it right out to me. You know, that's the friendship, and that's the passion that guy has for the game, that Jimmy has for the game. He has a great passion for football. Okay, if you didn't pay to coach football, he'd still coach football. Period.
Me and him don't get paid anything. We do it for free, Coach. Don't we, Coach?
Yeah, don't take anything down, but I'm just saying that coach was a little overboard, bragging on us both being 80 years old. He was loud.
That guy was being funny, Coach. Dick LeBeau was serious.
Yeah, well, it was only funny to me. It was
okay.
Loud, too fucking loud. Somebody turns it on, somebody's parent or somebody. I don't need those kind of fucking accolades. I don't need an accolade. I don't need an accolade on anything. When I die, you can fucking burn me and flush me down the toilet. I don't need any more fucking accolades. I'm the greatest this, I'm the greatest that. I don't need any fucking more of that.
Yes, sir.
When Coach Bald went out of his way to say, "Hey, Coach LeBeau would do it." Now, maybe Coach LeBeau got paid for it, or whatever, but it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for somebody like me. I know I try hard, I work hard, I've developed a lot of things, but it's embarrassing when somebody, what do you call it, when they stroke you? There's a word.
Yeah.
I don't like
schmooze. Yeah. You don't like it that Dick LeBeau schmoozed you.
Patronize.
No. Dick LeBeau may have told the truth, but I don't like that he was requested to say something
Okay.
nice about me.
Yeah, I don't think Dick LeBeau was told what to say. Dick LeBeau was just told to send you a message, Coach, and that's what he did. Yeah. So, Coach, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're upset, Coach. You're the best.
Wiley will understand what I mean.
Yes, I think he understands, Coach. Thank you.
Yes.
You're the best. I'll call you later.
Go back to Bob.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Coach, Dick LeBeau gave him a glowing. I mean, he talked about how he watched him coach and how he coached the offensive line affected how he coached the defensive backs. So I think Coach is just a little embarrassed that Coach Dick LeBeau said so many wonderful things about him. I mean, Coach, it was an amazing 6 minutes. I mean, Dick LeBeau put out.
I don't think he's embarrassed what Dick did. I think it was the process of how it got done. I think that's what he's upset about. The process, not so much. And Jimmy has a lot of act. Like Jimmy's reputation precedes itself. You don't have to. I do it because I've known him for I don't know how many years. I've known him forever. You know, and he's helped me tremendously with my career. Okay, and so you know, I always speak highly of him. I got great respect for him. Okay, and he's earned it. He's earned that. He's earned that.
Amen.
You know, after we have coaches and then we have master coaches. But Callahan was, there's a master coaches. Howard Mudd would be a master coach. Jim McNally would be a master coach.
Ooh.
Jim Hannafin would be. Joe Bugel, Gibbs. Okay, those guys are master coaches. Okay, right, and then and then it tears itself down. Okay, there you go. You get way on the bottom and you get me. That's what you get.
Nah.
So that's
Coach.
That's what happens in the profession. But to go back to where we left off,
yeah,
Jimmy got upset. Not just confidence, the four stages of learning a new skill. You guys better understand the coaches. Unconscious confidence. Okay, you got to get them to that level. Do they all get to that level? No. Does it mean they can't play? No. They can still play. You play them. Where you want your quarterback in stage 4. You want your defensive signal callers in stage 4. Defensive linemen, they could be in stage 3. They could be in stage 2. Right gaps or left gaps. It's not too hard about that. Guys go run down on kickoff coverage. All right. Go tackle the guy with the ball. Stay in your lane. Tackle the ball. Don't get out leveraged. Right. They can play in stage 3. They don't want to be in stage 4. Okay. So you got those 4 stages of learning. Okay. And then you can't skip a stage. You can't go from 1 to 3 and 2 to 4 or 1 to 4. Do that. It's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 right in a row. Right. And it's something they don't even know you're doing it. They don't even know they're going through that process. You as a coach have to put them through that process. Okay. Now, within that whole process, the frame, okay, how do they actually learn? Are they audio learners? Can you just tell them and they do it? Right? Are they visual learners? They need to see a film. Practical learners? Do they need to draw it on the board? Do they need to step through it on bags? Okay. How does the player learn? And you have to approach that player that way. Now, what's the best way to do that? How do you do that in your teaching skills? You touch all those bases with all those players. What I found one of the ways is to just ask the player, what's the best way you learn? What's the best way I can teach you? And they'll tell me, I need the reps. No, I had Owen Cruz, okay? I could just tell Joe Thomas, they do it. Joe Petonio, J.C. Twitter, those guys. I could just tell them, and they got it. Other guys, okay, they had to see it. They had to touch it. You know what I mean? So are they visual learners, audio learners, tactical learners? How do they learn? So you got to know the 4 stages of learning a new skill, right? And you know how they actually learn individually. Okay, that you've got to do that as a coach, as a teacher. You have to learn that as a teacher and a coach. You'd be surprised how many coaches don't understand that or know that. It's really kind of mind-boggling sometimes. It's, how do you guys know? You know, if you don't know, unconscious competence, the 4 stages of a new skill, and it's not anything that's new. I did not invent that. Okay, that this by my neighbor. Okay, right? Socrates, he was my neighbor. Okay, just happened 2,000 years ago. Okay,
Yeah, Socrates
figured this out. 2,000
allegory
years.
of the cave.
Okay,
I love it.
That's where it all comes from there up to today. It hasn't changed. Okay, I've taken it, okay, and used it in a situation where it fits. Okay, you know, so you've got to go through that process with the players, and I don't even know they're going through it. You just okay to get them to go through it, and you'd be surprised how much better they get. Okay,
Yeah.
All right, and then to go back to our original, how when the ball is dead, you know, when we talked about a mindset. All right, the whistle blows, you finish. If you're the one you lost, what mindset are you in when you do this? What is your mindset? And coaches do that all the time. Guys, get out of the mindset today. And the player says, yeah, but you never explain to the player what a mindset is. What's a mindset? Okay. There's a book written by Carol Dweck. Carol Dweck is the psychology department for Stanford University. I would suggest you that book and read it. I would suggest them being suggested.
What's the name of the book, Coach?
Mindset.
The
what
mindset.
means? Mindset. Just mindset.
Mindset.
By
Carol Dweck.
Dwight?
Carol Dweck, yes.
I think I listened to her in a TED talk. I think I heard the TED talk.
I don't know, but a mindset. All a mindset means it's framing information that you're taking in every second. It frames and interprets the information that you take in. That's a mindset. Okay, so your eyes, your nose, your taste, your ears. Okay, it's taking in thousands of bits of information every second. It keeps coming in, right? It goes to wherever it needs to go, right? In the brain. Okay, so keep some of it, you get rid of, you don't need it. Okay, a mindset just it frames and interprets that information. That's all a mindset is. Now, when you wake up in the morning, you have a little voice in your head that talks to you all day long. Okay, that little voice, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, great. There's 2 parts to a mindset. You have a fixed mindset, which is based on judging. Okay. Or you have a growth mindset.
A growth mindset. Okay, I know this. I read this book.
Okay.
Growth mindset.
You don't want players in a fixed mindset. A fixed mindset, you know, I didn't see the safety. I didn't hear the line call. You know, I didn't hear the snap. That kid's throwing somebody else under the bus. Okay.
Yeah.
It's everything he does is based on judging somebody else and not himself. Okay. That guy's going to get you fired. Okay, you get him over to the growth mindset. The kid.
Yeah, she wrote the book.
Hey,
the book.
I messed
One
this
of her
up.
books is that.
I messed this up. Okay, all right. How did I mess it up? What went wrong? How am I going to fix it? That's the kid in the growth mindset. That's where you want your players to be, in the growth mindset. Because I tell them, guys, right, we're all going to make mistakes. Right?
Yep.
I tell you, you're going to go through the whole season not make a mistake. You're kidding yourself. You're going to let up pressures. You're going to let up sacks. That's going to happen. Quarterbacks are going to throw interceptions. That's going to happen. Okay? It's just how many times, how do you handle it after it happens? What voice are you listening to? Are you listening to the judge mindset, the fixed mindset, or the growth mindset?
Yeah.
Everybody, the movie Animal House, a lot of people have. Maybe not the younger generation, but we have. There's a scene in the movie where the guy's got the girl upstairs in the bedroom, and she's drunk and she's laying on the bed, and he's kneeling on the bed, And on the right shoulder, the devil pops up and says, go for it. And then the angel pops up on the other shoulder and says, no, that's somebody's daughter. Okay. You got a growth mindset and you got a fixed mindset. Okay. That's what's going in your head. What voice are you listening to? You want to listen to the growth mindset. And the book tells you how to get a kid that's in a fixed mindset over to the growth mindset. How you talk to him, how you approach him, the questions that you ask him, to get him to come over to the other side. It's like he's on the dark side and he's got to get over to the force. Okay, in Star Wars. Okay, so you got to do it with the players. This is all in. The ball is dead, right? You either won or you lost. What voice are you listening to there? How did I mess this up? How am I going to fix it? Right now, you get back into the huddle. Okay. Now you get back into the information you have. Okay. You share it with your buddies that may need it. Okay. Now you got to flush it. Go to bed. You got to get rid of it. It's lost in ancient history. It's lost in time forever. So when does that point occur? When you get rid of the last play. When the quarterback steps in, right, and gives you the next play. We always had most of the team, the quarterback will step in and say, I got it. Or listen, or give me your eyes. At that time, you flush the last play. It's no good to you anymore. It's done. Right? What he's going to say next is now important. This is what means a lot. The last play is gone. You don't know what the next play is. So all you know is happening right now. You have to learn to stay in the moment. Stay in it. He's going to give you a play. Once he gives you the play, right, you're going to ask yourself these three questions. On every play, these three questions. Number one, who do I have to block? Run or pass? Doesn't matter. Who do I have to block?
Yeah, who?
Okay? Number two, right? What can a defense do to me in the configuration that they line up in? Half the defense, half the guys only see one side, the other half sees the other side. What can a defense do in the configuration they line up in? What can they do to me? Okay, and then the third question is, how am I going to get the job done? What foot am I going to stuck with? Where do my eyes go? Where do my hands go? What am I working with the center? Am I working with the tackle? Is the tight end coming? How am I doing this? Okay, what's happening with this? How am I going to get this job done? You ask yourself those three questions on every single play. Everybody. Now, I just do it with the offensive line. On the way to the line of scrimmage, okay, you organize your thoughts on the way to the scrimmage, not when you get there. When you get there, it's okay. So I'm giving you a process to organize your thoughts on the way to the line of scrimmage. Get rid of the last play. Stay in the moment right now. Okay. Now you're coming to the line of scrimmage. You've organized your thoughts on the way to the line of scrimmage, but your eyes start deep. Start your eyes deep and find the safeties. Where are the safeties? Okay, then your eyes go down to the nearest linebacker to your side. Find that guy. What's he doing? What are his intentions? And the last guy you look at is for a block. Now, Hugh Jackson used to be in my ass all the time when I was at Oakland, in Cleveland, right? Right? He says, Joe, why is Joe looking to his right? He's got a block is over there. I said, Coach, just listen, right? See the free safeties in the middle of the field, right? Falls on the left half block. You see the strong, right? He's playing what? He's in a cover three look. He's in a sky look over here, right? Yeah, right? I said, well, guess what? You see that defensive end over there? That defensive end is probably coming inside. Good chance that defensive end is probably not going to come inside. You think that's good information to have for the left tackle? So they're going to see, right? Now, you draw an imaginary triangle between the safety to your side, the linebacker and the down guy. an imaginary triangle in your mind. Okay, that's going to happen in the front. That's going to tell you basically staying ahead of the defense, right? You stay ahead of the defense and the ball snapped. Okay, so the process that you put them through, no, right? I've coached you guys as best I could here. Okay, when I was dead, see how much coaching I did. I kind of just got a lot of the subjects, but see how much coaching goes into the ball hasn't been snapped yet, right? There's a lot that has to be done before the ball comes up. Now, when the ball comes up, now you get a different set of problems, okay? Where do I put my hands? Your number one thing, what's the number one thing in offensive line play?
Staying on your block.
Nope. The number one thing, offensive line play. Anybody? Okay.
I just said staying on your block.
No, the number one thing in offensive line play is your angle of departure from the line of scrimmage. How you leave the line of scrimmage is the number one thing. Run or pass, doesn't matter. Run or pass. That first step you take, the second step, how you're leaving the line of scrimmage, okay? Get your hand, the guy that touches the other guy first. How you leave the line of scrimmage, you get your hands on the other guy first, right? Pretty much determine if you're going to be successful or not, okay? Right, because the line of scrimmage at the wrong angle, okay? Then you're trying to make it up during the block. You're trying to make it up. There's only very few guys that can make it up. The Joe, the Anthony Munoz's, the Earl Bruce's. There's only a few guys that can make it up, right? You wonder why the guy was playing on the edge of your pad, right? Well, because somewhere in the course of time, you left the line of scrimmage at the wrong angle. That's why the guy's on your side of you haven't covered the guy up. Okay? So the number one thing on the line play is how you're leaving the line of scrimmage. Yeah, it's staying on your block, finishing the block, all those come involved in it. But you gotta stop. The ball's gonna come up so you can stop. And when you stop, right, you better do it correctly. Okay, or you're gonna have problems. There's gonna be a problem in it. Okay? Double teams. If both guys don't leave the line of scrimmage time, right? The guy splits you. Okay, there's all kind of scenario to give you, but to go over it, leaving the line of scrimmage at the proper angle, whether it's a run play or whether it's a pass play, is the number one thing in offensive line play. Okay, you get into the assignments. What's the fastest thing? What gets you beat the fastest? Anybody know? What gets you beat the fastest?
Bad base.
It's missed assignments.
Missed who?
Missed
You
assignments get you beat faster than any physical breakdown. Missed assignments will get you beat faster. Okay? And then you got to teach your players. There's two types of pain. Okay? There's two types of pain in this. There's the pain of discipline, and the pain of regret. What's the pain of discipline? Finishing practice. You've been out there beating each other up. Okay? You've been running gases. You come off the field, it's hell. Everything hurts. Even your hair hurts if you've done it right. Okay? Now what do? You get into a hot tub, you get to the cold tub, back in the hot tub, back in the cold tub. You take a shower, you get a massage. That pain goes away. Okay? Playing in the Super Bowl. And you're the Seattle Seahawks. And you're playing in the New England Patriots in the Super Bowl. And was a fourth down? And you got the ball on the goal line. Okay? And you snap the ball. And you throw an interception. Okay? To the kid from steps in front of that slot and intercepts the ball. New England wins the Super Bowl instead of Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
The kid that threw that ball and the kid that pitched it, okay, that's the pain and regret. They will forget that for the rest of their lives. That will never, ever go away. You don't want the pain or regret, okay? The pain of discipline is different. That's going to go away. The pain of regret doesn't go away. So the players have to understand, you don't want to live, you don't get into that pain and regret world. Don't do that. Stay out of that world, okay?
How? How do you stay out of the world?
Do your job. Do your job. I kind of like, I stole this from Belichick. I think he's 1,000% correct. Do your job. You know, and I learned it from Josh McDaniels. Okay. Right? When I worked for Josh, it was, do your job. They don't talk about making plays. They don't talk about making a play. If you do your job, the plays come. If everybody does their job, the plays come. If you see if everyone's the right route at the right depth at the right time, the offensive line blocks their guys so they don't get near the quarterback. The quarterback releases the ball when it's supposed to go. Right? On the accuracy he's supposed to throw it at, the angle he's supposed to throw it at. Everybody did their job. The ball moves. Right? Why does the ball move? Did you ask yourself why the ball moves? Why does the football move up and down the field? Because somebody didn't do their job. Somebody didn't do their job. Somebody didn't cover a gap. Ball's in the gap. Right? Somebody didn't cover a receiver. Guy catches the ball. Okay? The ball moves because people don't do their jobs correctly. If everybody did their job on both sides of the football, you could put the ball on a 50-yard line and it'd stay there. It wouldn't, because everybody did their job. Everybody did their job on both sides of the football. It just stay there, right? So do your job. Teach them to do their job correctly. Right? If everybody does it, okay, you're not going to live in the pain of regret. You're not going to get there. It's not going to happen because you're doing your job. You're doing what you're coached to do. Now, if you're coached to do it, right, and it's not working, that's another ball game entirely. I'm just saying the coaches are coaching the proper technique, the proper place. You're doing your job correctly, right? Then the plays happen. The plays happen. It just happens because you did your job. How many times I hear all the time, man, they're not making plays. They're not making plays. No, they're not doing their jobs. Somebody's going to do their job, period. Not that they're not making plays, right? Get them to do the job and don't make plays. Yeah. Get everybody to do their job the way they're supposed to do it. They'll make plays. But don't make plays. Tell them to do their job. Does that make sense? And here's another thing that drives me, pet peeves that I have. The defense has been too long. The defense can the field anytime they want. They can go 3 and out anytime they want. They don't have to ask. They can go 3 and out anytime they want. The defense is on the field too long. Have you ever heard that about an offense? Have you ever had anybody say, hey, the offense has been on the field too long? The offense has been on a 12-play drive. And nobody says, hey, those poor guys, they must be tired. We got to get the offense off the field. They've been out there too long. Nobody says that shit, right? But they'll say, hey, the defense has been on the field too long. Okay? The defense can get off the field anytime they want. 3 and out. Don't have to ask any permission to do it. Get off the field. That drives me nuts. I hear media people do that all the time. Well, they've been on the field too long. Or something, they can get off the field anytime they want. So, I hope I didn't bore you today.
No.
I've given you some stuff that you can actually use.
Golden nuggets.
You know, I have a passion for the game. We have our offensive line clinic. I don't know if you can see. You see that picture up in the back on the wall? I don't know, the top picture. Sir. You know, those are all the guys, right? Those are all the guys that spoke in the clinic 2 years ago. And then there's another one. I don't know if you can see on the other side. Up by them, there's another one up there. All those guys, they spoke. Okay, and we got another whole group of guys speaking at the clinic. You know, I got the line coach from the University of Georgia national champions. I got the line coach from the Grey Cup champions up in the CL. Okay, and I got the line coach from Kansas City, Andy Heck, the Super Bowl champion. The 3 line coaches from the 3 major football contests, okay, on the planet, speaking at the clinic. Okay, I got Florida State, Tennessee, Michigan, Kansas State, Minnesota, Dartmouth. I got Pro Football Focus. I got Chris Forrester from the 49ers. I got Capsilio from the Raiders. I'm probably forgetting some of them guys. And there's so many other guys.
Jim McNally.
Okay, and it starts May 8th. It's virtual. Okay, it goes. I got Jimmy McNally. I got Aaron Taylor to start it off, and Aaron's going to talk about the Coach Moore at Michigan won the award, the Moore Award, okay, for the best offensive line coach in college football, okay, and the guy at Michigan won it, okay, Sharon, and so I got Aaron to start the clinic off to explain how the committee goes about choosing who the best offensive line coach is going to be in the country. What priority? What do they follow, right, to choose who the best offensive line coach is going to be in the country? Okay, so he's going to start that off, and then Jimmy's going to be next. Okay, and then Andy, and then Chris Forrester. Okay, that lineup, and then Stacy from the University of Georgia. He'll be on that Thursday night. Okay, right, and then I got another group going on Friday. Starts at 4:00. You know, Connor Riley from Kansas City and Scott Fuchs from Kansas, and I mean, there's a whole mess of guys. Alex Atkins from Florida State, and Earl B from Tennessee. There's a whole mess. Keith Clark. I'm sorry. All right, I got a whole lineup of guys. Okay, and they're wonderful teachers. Right, I have guys on that can teach football. Right, and the guy you got to learn. You're a teacher first. Okay, you have to teach the game. Those are the guys. If you've gone through the clinic and followed out, I think this is the 42nd or 43rd year for the clinic. Okay, the guys that have spoken at this thing are excellent teachers of the game. They can teach the football. They teach the game. So it starts on Thursday. It's going to be virtual again. You know, I was trying to do it back in person, bring everybody back together again. But what I found was some guys can't make it. Some of the Division II schools, they can't afford the tickets, right? They can't afford, you know, to put 2 nights in a hotel and plus pay for the registration and pay for the food when they're there and those type of things. Okay, but when I do it virtual, I get all those guys. I get the guys from the small high schools, from the big high schools. I get the guys from 20 different countries to come, okay, and listen. They South Africa, Germany, Spain, Scotland, Ireland, London, Canada, Japan. I mean, it's amazing where they're from, right, to listen to the clinic, okay, or watch the clinic, okay. You know, we've been doing this for a long time. It's the only one like it on the planet, okay.
No doubt.
If you want to learn offensive line play, and it doesn't matter what level you coach at, it really doesn't, okay, you can learn, okay, and we make these guys available to you, okay. I get done speaking, We put them in a separate room that you can follow. We give them a code, you can go follow them. And then you can ask them all kind of questions, okay, virtually in their separate room. And then that guy comes up and the next guy and so on and so forth, okay? So if you want to offensive line play, May 18th, 19th, and the 20th, okay, right? And you can get online, you can find, you know, the coolclinic.com. It'll have all the information for you. You'll have all the topics. They're all different topics, right? We got from draws to the inside zone play, to power plays, to drills, right? Hand drills. I always thought most players, or mostly all the players that I see on film, and even my guys, they use their hands well. Coaches don't teach their players how to use their hands. Okay, what I did when I was at Cleveland is I had a box instructors come in and teach them how to box. All right, teach them how to box. All right, that's what they're doing. They're hitting. It's moving in space. Pass protection. They got to hit something that moves in space. I just added the grab to it after you grab them, you know. But that's what you're doing. So teach them how to box. It'll help. It'll help. I don't know. What else you guys got for me? I fly airplanes. You guys like airplanes? I fly airplanes. Right. I play the drums.
I want to ask you about that Walter Camp
I
book.
play the drums. Oh God. Huh? No, I know about the drums. Come on. Anyway, the Walter Camp book. Hang on a minute. Let me get the Walter Camp book. I'll get it. I'll get it. All right.
Because I talked to Al Groh yesterday.
You notice how I had Jimmy's picture on.
I told him that.
And
I told him.
Wow.
I talked to Al Groh.
I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see it, Coach.
American Football by Walter Camp. Love it.
Yep. And in here. Okay. Go ahead.
That's awesome.
Let me see if I can find.
Al Groh told me
old
yesterday.
pictures.
Al Groh told me yesterday that Bill
That's what
Parcells
it used to
said,
look. Yep.
never underestimate the
Bill
importance of
Parcells did
stupidity.
what?
Al
Walter Camp.
Groh told me yesterday that Bill Parcells would say, never underestimate the importance of stupidity.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that was the quote, but he also said, how many times does a skunk have to hit you in the face? I mean, it's like two good points. Like, how do you learn? Like, if you keep messing up, but the stupidity you told me about was in that book. Yeah, Coach.
Yeah. Well, I can't. I don't know if you can see it. It says 1891 here somewhere.
Wow.
Anyway, that's the book. But Walter Camp talked about that. The intelligence of the player is directly related to the outcome of the game. They said that in 1891 he figured it out. And it still holds day today. You can't win with stupid players.
No.
Okay, and here's another tidbit of information for you guys. There's been 56 Super Bowls, right? 56 of them, right? 48 out of the 56 have had Hall of Fame or future Hall of Fame quarterbacks. So if you don't have that guy, you are probably playing football on Sunday afternoons. That's it.
Yeah.
Have that guy.
That's what Coach
Very
McNally
few
said.
Super Bowls have been won, by some other guys. Okay,
That's so true.
you need that guy. Here's another thing that I'm kind of since the year 2000. I just went back to 2000. From 2000 to nowadays, what, 20 bowls? Okay, 17 of them have been won by the old guys. The Andy Reeds, the John Foxes, the Pete Carroll, the old guys, the Bill Belichick's, right?
Mm-hmm.
17 of them have been won by the guys, right? Right. There's only been won by the young guys. So people ask me who I was going for in the Super Bowl. You can't. They say why? I said because Andy, he's an old guy. I'm going for Andy. But the owners still hire all the young guys, and they get their ass. They haven't figured it out.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
The profession itself, and especially the position that we coach, it's almost like a drug, in which you just can't get enough of it. You know what I mean? You just can't get enough of, you know what I mean? And then after talking to a lot of the older guys when I was a young coach, he used to tell me, you need to get away from it for a while. You need to get away from it, right? Take your brain out, stomp on it, clear it out, put it back in, okay, and then continue, okay? So you don't get all bogged down, okay? So that's Paul Brown used to say, keep your coaches fresh. Keep your coaches fresh. Don't let your coaches get worn down by the length of time they put in the office and the length of the season. Keep your coaches, throw them out of the office. If they can't figure it out, right, in a short period of time, then you've hired the wrong guys. So that always struck me when I heard that. Keep your coaches fresh. That you need them fresh on game day. You need them fresh on practice. Okay, you need them fresh when they're teaching in their classrooms. You don't need tired coaches. Okay, same thing with your players. Okay, the players are going to do what they're coached to do. The players, years ago, when I first got involved with going to visit with Jimmy, okay, they used to scrimmage, goal line and short yardage on Friday morning, full pads before the game. That's just what they did. Said anything about? No, people laughed. Oh, that's all they understood. They didn't know anything else. Plato's allegory, the cave. The imperfect reflections on the wall. That's all they knew. So they would scrimmage, right? But they still played on Sundays. It didn't hurt them. They still played on Sundays. But they don't do that anymore. Oh, they're going to get hurt. Oh, you're only going to put pads on. When I first heard this, when I was with the Raiders, we only go wear pads 14 days during the season. 14 times. At that time, we had 16 games, 17. You only put pads on 14 times, 1 day a week.
Is that just during the regular season? That's not counting summer camp?
That's not counting camp. Camp, you can put the pads on. But during camp, you can only have
1 day a week.
You can have 2 days, but the next day, 2 days, but the next day has to be 1 a day. You can have another 2 days and then 1 a day. So unless they changed it again, that's how it was when I was in. So you can't put pads on them the first 3 days of training camp. Okay, I don't know what all the new things are. Because I've been out of the NFL since 2018 and 19, wherever it was my last year. But I think we made the game too soft. I really do. Now the players think, hey, this is great, but I don't think the players understand. There's a collision that the body. So when you collision somebody, the body gets distorted. I don't care if you're a safety, a wide receiver, lineman, doesn't matter. When you collision, when your body gets distorted, okay, and now that distortion, you have to recover from that distortion. You either keep on running or you can tackle a guy or whatever. But your body has to recover from that distortion. Well, you have to practice that. That has to be practiced. Okay? So your body does that. It does the recovery. You know what I mean? You don't want to go into a game and not have done that,
Right.
during the course of the week. Okay? And people, now the discussion is when you put that on, because every time on Wednesday when you install the game plan, that practice never really looks good. The practice is never really clean. There's always mistakes and stuff in it because you're putting the new game plan in. Okay, right? So, but that's the day you put the pads on. Put the pads on Thursday, right? Because they've already had a day and night now to study the game plan, and now it's going to look a lot better on Thursday than it's going to look on Wednesday. Well, that's too close to game time. Game time's 4 days away. So everybody has their own little. This is the way. The only people I can say that is the people at the end of the year that have the ring. They can say that was the best way to do it. The others doesn't matter. They can say anything they want. The guys that get the end of the year, those are the guys that did it right. Right. So,
if you could go back and talk to the young Bob Wiley, when you were just starting out, maybe in pro football in 1990, what would you say to him? You probably said you already said a lot.
Actually, it was 1980 and 81 when I go visit Jimmy. That was the first time I started out with football. That's the first time I was involved in anything that had to do with football. And for like 8 or 9 years, I would go to the camp and I'd visit the camp with the and watch Jimmy and sit in the meetings and listen and those type of things. The 1990s when they first paid me to do that. But about pro football, that started way back in 1981, 82. Is where it started back in those years, And Forrest was there, and then Sam came. You know what I mean? And then I still kept going as much as I could during the training camps before I had to go coach where I was coaching. So that was a really good experience for me, and that's where I made a lot of friends. Coaches on that staff. I got friendly with Bruce Coslett. Okay, and then Bruce gets the job at the Jets, and then Bruce calls me up and says, "Hey, you should come to the Jets with me." I said, "Yeah, sure." Okay, so I went to the Jets. It was the same offense I was used to watching, learning, and listening. Okay, that we ran at the Jets, that they ran at the Bengals. So it was very little learning involved in the offense part of it. Okay, so that's how it kind of happened, right? So, but when I first got a paycheck, it was 1990, right? What did I learn is, I think what I would have learned better is teach them, don't tell them. I think that is a famous quote that I would follow more. Teaching and telling them entirely different things. I think another one I would be learn before you compete.
Say it again.
Learn before you compete. I have to learn it. Well, learn before you compete.
Yeah.
Okay. But before you compete, I have to learn it well enough to teach them, so they can learn it. Okay. Right. And then they got to go compete. Okay. So how you structure your practices is essentially that. Okay? They're in a classroom and they're learning. You're in a learning situation, right? Then from the classroom, what's the next place you go? You go out and you get in, walk through. They're still in a learning environment. They're learning in the walkthrough. It could be 30 minutes. It could be 40 minutes. They're in a learning environment. Learning it, okay? Right, now you go to stretch. Don't get me started on that one, right? You can watch the hard knock on that one, okay?
Yeah.
Right, so now you go to stretch, okay? Now after stretch, the first thing you go to, right, is individual. In your individual period, they are still learning. They're still learning. Now, how long is individual period? Most of the guys that I've been around in the National Football, we always have about 30 minutes. We got 20 minutes individual. Then what they would give us would be a group period that you could do anything you wanted with it, or a special teams period where the offensive defensive lines were involved in it. Right, so we could really get 30 minutes individual as a line coach, okay? After that is over, the next period is usually a competition period. Inside run, team run, whatever that. Now, you better have learned from the classroom all the way up that period before you go compete. Right? Because now you got to compete.
Yeah.
Right. And now
you're still going to learn because it's a growth mindset.
Well, yeah, but you're in a competition, right? So you better have learned to be able to compete in that period successfully. All right. So now you go. So it's usually you do your individual run techniques, okay, and then you put them together in an inside run period. Okay. Right now, after an inside run period, now where do you go? Right? Usually they go to 7-on-7, or you have another special teams period. Though that's where the offensive defensive line coaches, that period usually 15 minutes, and then the special teams period, either before or after it, that doesn't include the offensive defensive lines. So now we got 25 minutes to teach, right? Individual pass throw technique, right? And then break it down to 10 or 12 minutes one-on-one with the defense to put it into competition, okay? And now you get out of that period, and where you're going to go? Into a blitz pickup period. So now you get it again, okay? And then you go to your first team period, and you're going to compete again. And then you go to your second team period, and you're going to compete again. So your whole practice should be set up. You learn, you compete, you learn again, and you compete again. Learn before you compete, period. If you don't know and you try to go and compete, you're going to get hurt, or you're going to get somebody else hurt, and you're not going to look real good, and it's going to make your coach look really bad, and he's going to get really upset with you. And it's not going to say nothing to you.
No.
So that's what I would teach them, don't tell them, learn before you compete. As a young coach, you want to follow that.
You've coached on every
The other
level.
thing I learned,
Yeah.
right, is, right. I was happy in Pop Warner when they huddle and they lined up in the right spots. I thought I did a good job. That happened. When they broke the huddle and the center went to the ball and then the two guards and the two tackles, I said, look at that. They went to the right spot. That's pretty good, huh?
Good stuff.
Blocking people.
Yeah.
You actually have the same problems. You actually have the same problems that you do, okay, in pro football.
Yes.
Really,
it's all the
you
same.
have the same.
The quarterback can't take a snap. You cut a guy loose.
Same problem.
They sometimes they come late for music. I mean, for meetings. Excuse me. All right. They miss blocks. They make the missed assignments. Okay. They don't run as fast. Whatever the situation is, you have the same problems, right? That you do in football. And people don't realize it, but they are the same problems.
Yeah,
okay?
Because there was a guy.
We deal with them differently in pro football than we deal with them in modern football.
Yeah, when Coach McNally first joined Twitter, there was
there's
a coach.
A time. you know.
I was saying there was a coach who said that Coach McNally could not coach
There was
freshmen.
a what? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, there was a coach who tried to say Coach McNally could not coach freshmen. Exactly, it's coaching. I mean, he can coach anybody. I mean, what do you say to that? That he could not coach ninth graders. I mean, Coach McNally could coach anybody.
No, Jimmy does basically almost the same stuff. Me and Jimmy do the same stuff as close as we can get it. Okay, as close as I can. When I have a problem, I call Jimmy. All right. When I first get into my classroom, you know, the unconscious competences, one of the first things I do with the players that are actually sitting in the chairs is I teach them how the body works. I tell them I'm going to make them stronger and they're not going to lift the weight. And they look at me like I'm crazy, right? Which I probably am, but, you know, I teach them how the body, you got to learn how the body works. Man's been on the planet for 200,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
First carbon fiber dated of man is about 2,000 years old.
Yeah.
Right? The planet's, what, 4.6 billion years old? Right?
Yeah,
Man,
the life.
pretty well screwed it up in 200,000 years. That's a short period of time. That's another conversation, right? So, but the body only works the same way as it did 200,000 years ago. The body hasn't changed how it's worked. It may look different. Some of us may look different, and some of us don't. That's another conversation. Okay? So the body works the same way as it did 200,000 years ago, right? So how does the body actually work? Well, you get the body angles lined up properly, right? So it can create the most amount of power and force in space and speed, right? So your body angles play a great part in that, right? So these 8-10 things I do with them to show how I'm going to make them stronger and put their body in the proper angles.
Yeah.
So I go over that with them, and I move all over. I get the strongest guy, and I move them around the room. And I'm the back guy. They say, "How'd you do that?" Well, because I had my body angles lined up properly, right? And I show them how I am stronger. You know, like you put your hand out. It's tough to see on the video, but you put your arm straight out in front of you, right? And then you take it and you pull it down, right down, right? They can't hold it up there. It goes right down. Then all you do is turn your thumb up. I don't know if you can see. All you do is take your thumb and turn your thumb up. Right? You got your arm still straight out, but you turn. Then you have somebody pull your arm down, okay? And you've gotten stronger. It's harder to pull it down. Now you take the arm and you put it on your side. And if you drew an angle, okay? If you take and you draw an angle, I don't know if you can see this, from your fingertips to your shoulder, okay, you draw an imaginary line, and you got your elbow by your side, and your arm's at a 90-degree angle, okay? That's the strongest thing on the planet. If you're building something, is a triangle. Your body creates it naturally. You can create this thing known to man, okay, by putting your elbow on at a 90-degree angle with your forearm, okay, to your shoulder. That's the strongest thing known. You have an arch in your back. You get in a football posture, right? And there's an arch in your back, correct?
Yeah.
That's the second strongest thing known to man, is the arch. Your body creates the two strongest things known to man on the planet in construction to build things, right? Use them. Figure out how to use them, right? Then I showed them the difference on striking a blow. I go and I see more one-on-one pass drills where people hit each other and their hands go like this. They go wham, okay? And the guy, whoa, he hit the hell out of that guy, didn't he? He made a lot of noise, but he didn't hit him. He just made a lot of noise. Because when you hit somebody like that, right? Your thumb in, right? Your elbows out, right? And the energy is dispersed across your palm of your hand and across your fingertips. The energy goes this way. No, you need the energy to go that way. Go straight. That's where you want the energy to go. Okay? Right? He just made a lot of noise by doing that.
Yeah.
Right? So you got to hit him, okay, with the bottom part of your tip of the spear. The Scotty Peters, the tip of the spear. Okay?
Yeah.
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 Right? You know, so you with your arms on that angle, okay, it have to be, there's no wind up. It's a short 6 inch, you know, however long that is. That's where you're going to create your power. Okay, you know, you work on step. You have you used to have 7 spikes on the bottom of your cleats. There's only 7, 5 in front, 2 in the back. Right now you got like 7,000. Okay, in the new spikes. Okay, but you got to have them in the ground.
In the ground.
You got to have them in the ground. If you actually hit somebody properly, okay, textbook, okay, at the point of contact, both feet should be in the ground, right? Right, your hips should be underneath you or slightly behind you, okay? Your hands should be fitting up inside, right, about where, I don't know how to explain it. Okay, there's Adam and Eve, okay?
Yeah.
So God took the rib out of Adam and he created Eve, right? Okay, because we got one less rib than the females do, okay? Which is not bad, okay? Right, that's where you want to put that's where you want to hit them. What is one rib, okay? That's going to hurt, okay? Then you grab. Okay, so but the body, the generation of the power is coming from the ground, okay? Yeah. Right, your hands just connect you to the block. They connect you, physically connect you to the block, okay? Your butt, your legs, your feet, okay? They're the ones that's actually creating the block. That's sustaining the block. That's creating the power, the force to move the defender. Okay, right, left, back, wherever you take the son of a gun, take them someplace. Okay, but your hands are just connecting you to the block. That's what your hands are doing. Okay, the rest of it, you know, people ask me about, you know, what's important in alignment, developing alignment, right? The core strength of your body, okay? Your lower leg strength and your foot quickness, okay? Those are the 3 things that you need to develop as an offensive lineman, a defensive lineman. Those 3 things, all right? The curls, the bench press, which you use the right bar, not this bar, the right bar, this way, okay? Right? Those are nice. Those are pretty. You know, your arms look nice. You may get a date, okay? But you ain't going to block anybody, okay? You're going to block them with the core strength of your body, your lower body leg strength, and your foot quickness. That's how and taking the right angle when you leave the line of scrimmage. The rest of the stuff, you just connected yourself to the block, okay? So the girls and when you do that stuff, okay, I would do more stuff with my arms away from my body and make the tiny muscles in my shoulders, okay? Because when your arm gets away from your body and outside the framework, right, you're not as strong as when it's in the framework of your body, right? So I will develop, because your arm are going to leave your body in the game. It's going to happen. It punches with your hands, okay? So you got to train these tiny muscles in your shoulders and elbows when your arms are away from your body, okay, be stronger, all right? So, you know, the curls and the bench presses and all that other stuff, I'm not a big, I mean, you got to do them, but I would be secondary lifts for me, okay? Your neck, that would be that would be in what they call straight your neck. All right, if I put a stance, okay, and I put your head down, completely down, and you're in your stance, I could put my hand on the top of your head, and you wouldn't be able to get out of stance. One hand on the top of your head, and you would not be able to get out of your stance. Okay, that's my plays, all this stuff, right? Right. Then you have them put their head up. Okay. Number one, right? It protects your neck. Number one, it protects your neck. Okay. Number two, it aligns angles in your body from the ground all the way up through your spine. It'll put everything up. Okay. When your head is up, that's where you're the strongest. Now, I have them put their head up in a 3-point stance. Now I got to put hands on his head, on his forehead, and I'm not going to hold him in his stance. He's going to come out of his stance and he's going to move me back. Okay? But when his head's down, that ain't going to happen. So simply by putting your head up, I made them stronger. Right? Keeping their arch in their back, they're stronger. Keeping their arms at 90 angles, playing long. Get your hand on the defender first. Whoever touches the other guy first, right, has a better chance of winning.
Yep.
Get your hand on the other guy first. Okay? Right? That's fundamental stuff. That's just fundamental stuff. Okay? Now keep your knees right inside your ankles if you can. Now, here's one of the things about a lot of coaches, okay, especially young guys. They get all these training tapes and all this stuff, okay, and they watch how it's done, and they get a player who doesn't do it that way.
Yep.
So he may be stiff in his knees and his ankles. His knees may bow out, okay. He can't get in his stance properly. It doesn't look good. But you know what the guy does? He blocks the guy in front of him.
Yeah.
Right? Some guys get cut because it doesn't look pretty. It doesn't matter how pretty it looks.
Right.
It's the production of the player, right? Is he blocking the defender? It's the production of the player. Right? How many times does he block his guy? You know, when I was in the NFL, we evaluate players. Right, I grade them for the run, and I grade them on pass. Right, so I sat in those personnel meetings with the other geniuses, not me, but the other guys, the geniuses that are in those personnel meetings. Right, I sit in those meetings. And I say, look, this kid graded out 82% in the run game, right, and he graded out 91% in the pass game. They're telling me that he can't play. I don't understand that. Why can't he play? All right, so I got information. I got this.
You got data.
I looked at 187 runs, 210 passes. Right? I got figures that tell me that this kid can play.
Right.
You know? So you know now how long times, how quick his speed, production. Right? Can he have the same? The question you asked me: can he have the same production in the National Football League as in Indiana University of Pennsylvania, Division II school? Right? Some guys can play and they figure it out, and some guys can't.
Yeah.
Period. I don't care what school. Some guys figure out how to play, some guys don't. Right?
So true. Yeah.
You know, I had a kid that I had that did come from Indiana. Okay. He played at the Bears. It was a right guard for me, right? And he played really well.
Yeah.
He was one of the best, okay? And his name is Chris Valerio, head coach at St. Francis College now, right?
Yeah.
Whitehurst, Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah.
And he played the best, right? Because he figured out how to play the game. He figured out how to play the game. What people don't understand, what people don't realize, 18, you have about 5 or 6 players. I don't even know if it's that many that really know how to play the game.
Right.
They really know how to play the sport the way it's supposed to be played. Okay? Yeah. And then you have your other guys, because you need to put 11 guys out there so you can play. Okay? Yeah. But there's only 5 or 6 of them that actually play the way it should be played. Okay? And it doesn't matter if I'm in Pop Warner football or if I'm in the National Football League. Right? You have 5 or 6 guys, and then you have to put other guys out there so you can go out and play the game. They're not all pros. They're not all great players. They're players that can play, right? But they don't play it like the 5 of them that play it the way it should be played, or they prepare the way they should be prepared, or they watch film the way they should, or they work out the way they should work out, or those type of things. You know, people think they're all great pros, okay, or they're all great college players, all school players, and they're not. There's 5 or 6 of them are. The rest are there because they're better than the guys that got cut. Yeah. And some of the guys that got cut, sometimes those mistakes and cut the wrong guys. Yeah, those guys just need to play. You don't get any better in this sport or any sport if you're sitting next to me. You're not getting any better.
That's right.
If you want to get better, you got to go out and play.
Yeah.
You got to go out and make your mistakes. You got to go out and see it. Okay? You got to, that's how you're going to get better. You don't get any better if you stand on the side with me. That doesn't. It doesn't make you better. You got to go out and make your own mistakes. Okay? Yeah. Now don't make too many of them. Make too many of them, you get caught. You know. So.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned how some guys figure it out. You know, those guys.
Questions.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned about guys who figured it out. The guys who get in that mindset you talked about, that growth mindset, they take ownership in what they're doing. You know, that fixed mindset, it's kind of blaming someone, judging someone. That's really kind of like the victim mentality. You know, it's always someone else's fault. But I love what you said about the mindset. It's so true. You got to have that growth mindset. You really have to have that growth mindset to take ownership and get better.
Right. But you have to explain that kid, right, what it is.
Yes.
Right. You have to explain to the player what that is. You just don't get up in front of the team and say, okay, guys, let's go out there. Have a good mindset today.
No, right. Correct.
You know, you got to explain to the player, okay, before you did start in your classroom about, the judging mindset, the fixed mindset, and the growth mindset. You got to explain to that kid. And then the kid that's in the fixed, you got to get him over to the growth mindset.
Hey,
if
Coach.
Not, he's going to get you. You're going to lose games because of that guy.
Right.
Coach, I want to have a growth mindset. Yes. I do not think that I coach you up good enough on how this works. Are you watching us on YouTube and then you don't have the sound turned on your iPad?
What I got. I just got all I know is that I pushed something, right? I came up on the iPad. The link came up. I'm talking to you guys. You can hear me. That's all I know.
I love
it. I can fly airplanes, and that's all I know.
That's impressive.
Coach, flying an airplane.
How
did you have time to do that?
The guy. It's not so much the time because I get the off season, but I got my license. I was a senior in high school.
Wow.
Okay.
What?
And I used to get the prettiest girls in the senior class, and my buddies would go, "How'd you get a date with her? How'd you get a date with her?" Well, number one, I'm better looking than you guys. Number two, I'm a better athlete than you guys. And number three, she's getting that airplane over there, and we're going to Martha's Vineyard, okay, and we're going to go right down to Eggerstown to the Navigator, which is a nice restaurant at the time I ordered, and she can have lobster, crab, shrimp. She can have anything she wants. Said, you guys are taking Susie Q to Joe's Bar and Grill for a cheeseburger. I am so far ahead of you guys. It stayed like that and I just kept flying, and I get bigger and faster airplanes. And then I got into a position in life where me and 3 of my buddies, we ended up buying a Citation, which is a small business jet, right? So we own a Citation, and there's 4 involved in it. We leased it back to the company that we bought it from. They can lease it from us if they need to fly it if we're not using it, okay? So it just doesn't sit, all right? And so I take most of the hours, okay, in the season that I need it, okay? During the season, I don't fly it during the season.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
That,
Wow.
So I've been doing this since I've been 18.
Wow.
I'm a little older than 18 right now. Like I may be 32 or 36. I'm somewhere around that age.
I love it.
When you're young, when you're 25, and you get a big S on your chest, okay, right? And they give you that cape. You wear that cape, So you got that big S in your cape, Well, when you get to my age, that S is gone. You don't have that S anymore. And the cape's all shredded into the holes in it. It don't work anymore, okay? So when you're young, you better do all the things you want to do, okay? Go fly airplanes, go whitewater river rafting, go hot air ballooning, go do anything that you could think of that you want to do.
Jump out of an airplane.
At 85, you're not rocking on a chair on a porch and say, I wish I would have done that. Okay, do that.
Coach McNally.
When I first started to coach football, I never really, I really never, when I first started to coach, had any ambition about coaching in the National Football League. I just went back to my hometown, and they were starting a youth football league, and they asked me if I would help out. That's how it started. So I just was helping out the young guys. And then the junior high school coach, the junior high school coach at the time was a guy that used to be my teacher when I was in high school, but he's coaching junior high school football. So he asked me, hey, can you help me? So I said, yeah. So I was coaching junior high school after school, right? And then I go at night, dinner, and then I go down to the Pop Warner field, and I coach the Pop Warner kids.
Wow.
So then the high school coach that ended up coaching me, the guy that was with the Bears, asked me to help him. So then I got a job helping him in high school football. And then I started to coach high school football. Never any ambition, right, about going into the National Football League. I just wanted to try to be a better coach at the level that I was on. And I ended up meeting Jimmy, okay, all right? And then I went from, the high school I was coaching at, and I went to 2 or 3 different high schools right before I ended up at Brown University, okay? And it all, that's the way it started. And then the more I did it, okay, they would ask me to go coach someplace, okay? And then I did some more, and somebody asked me to go coach someplace, all right? And the stuff that I learned on how to be a coach really comes from Jim. You know what I mean? How you handle yourself. How detailed that you need to be. Okay, how do you talk to one kid and you want to get the same message across to the other guy, but you talk to him differently because he understands it differently. Okay,
right.
That all comes from making your mistakes growing up, but and all of a sudden I got into a position where I met Jimmy, then Jimmy goes to Cincinnati, then I'm standing on a practice field. I'm saying, "Holy God, how did I get here?" I'm saying, "What in my head? How did I get here?" I was coaching Pop Warner football field. Oh,
yeah.
I'm in training. I'm in a training camp with the Cincinnati Bengals. How did I do that? It didn't. You know what I mean? And because I had a passion for the game.
Yeah,
and eventually, Bruce Costler hires me full time. But I never, when I first started, say, "Hey, I'm going to do this so I can coach you." There was a point in life where, I was coaching high school football. I was playing the drums in a band, right? Right. I was teaching high school economics, right? And I was corporate jets. Okay. I was having a blast of life, and for some reason, football just took over. It just because you never stop the guys that are doing this. Okay. You never stop learning the sport. You learn
Never.
something new all the time.
All the time.
And if you think you know it all, that's when you're going to get that's when you're going to get in trouble.
Yep.
So every time I learned something new. This past year in the XFL, I learned new stuff in the XFL.
Like what?
Before I got there.
Like what?
Okay?
What did you learn this year in the XFL?
Oh, like they put two backs to the same side. The quarterback is in the garden. The tailback is offset at 7.5 yards, and the fullback's in front of him. I never had a formation like that my entire career in the National Football League. Ever had the guys in that formation. Ever. That was new to me. What do we do out of this? Right? And then they put the fullback 2.5 yards from the line of scrimmage. I'm used to the fullback being back there 4 yards deep. Somewhere from 4 to 4.5, 5 yards deep with his feet or hand. Okay? That's what I'm used to fullback being, not 2.5 yards from the line of scrimmage. Right? Not the tailback offset 7 yards or 7 yards deep. Okay? That was all new to me. I'm trying to compute that in my brain. All the read the read option stuff. That was we didn't do that. We didn't have to do that. We didn't. That was new. I mean, I coached in Canada. Okay, so that was stuff that I had to learn. Okay, that guy, we don't have to block him. No, I know when I was with Holy Cross College, we ran every conceivable option known to man. Okay, and I figured out it was easier to read him just to block him. That was a different running game. Okay, the zone runs reading the edge player. Okay, that was, and you could do it with the zone running game. We did it with the counter running game. We did it with the power running game. Okay, right? That was kind of, don't have to block that guy. So you get an extra guy, right, in the blocking scheme, because you're not blocking that guy. Right? Yeah. So, yeah, that was fun. Well, it was fun to learn doing that stuff, right?
That's awesome.
In Canada, I learned everybody moves. Everybody moves. It's crazy. Right? When I first started to watch film in Canada, I said, wow. Right? It was crazy to watch that. But the thing I found out up there was it didn't change for me. Because the box is still the box. Right? There's guys in there, there's 5 guys in there. If you put an extra back in the backfield, they put 7 guys in there. Still, the box is the box. Okay? Where it changes up there is on the perimeter. The perimeter changes up there. Because the field's 65 yards wide, you got 12 guys. Right. You know what I mean? So perimeter changes, but up front it doesn't change. You're going to get 5 guys, 7 guys. So they have to line up a yard off the ball. That's a rule. So what we do is we just move. We put our guys up on the ball. In the NFL, if you want to create space, what do? You move your guys back up. You create the yard. They're already giving us the yard, so right. So we just moved up. Sometimes I have them get back. And when a guy move them back because there's a timing defensive linemen have. Okay, when they're rushing the quarterback or taking out blocks. Okay, you can disrupt the timing by taking your guys and moving them back a little bit. Okay, so I did that and kind of got away with it for a few years. So that was kind of neat. So if I learned, what did I learn? I learned that you can run the outside zone play with the back on the same side off. That was not many people do in Canada. They do that, but not many people in the States do that. Okay, we call it same. And here's the theory behind it for some guys. The quarterback's in the pistol. The quarterback's in the gun. The running back is offset to the open end. Could be away from the tight end. You could have 2 open ends. Doesn't matter. But he's offset The play's going to be run to an open end. Okay, so you can run it to a tight end, but most of the time it's run to the open end. So most of the time when you got the quarterback in the gun and the back, right, most of your runs go where?
Across them.
They go away from where the back is. So if the back's on the right, most of your runs go inside zone play, outside zone play, counter play. It's crossing over. Okay, very seldom do you run away to the same side as the back, right? So what we found was if we put the back at 6 yards in the B gap, he's 6 yards deep, and he takes, this is my feet, and this is my outside foot, and I take a deep, deep drop step, very deep, and turn my hips and my shoulders, right, where the ghost would be. So I'm turning my hips and my shoulders, my whole body turns, right, to the point of where the ghost tight end is, right? The quarterback takes a snap. The back, we tell the back, don't wait to get the ball. The quarterback's going to give you the ball. So if you're
like a sprint draw,
right, big drop step and turning, that gives the quarterback enough to hand you. No, it's different. You think it is, but it's different. Here's the back's hips. Where's the back? Where I can see my hand. The back turns his hips like this. So if his hips are, he's square to the line of scrimmage, and now he's going like that. Now he opens just like that, right? It's going on that angle, okay, to where the ghost tight end is. Quarterback snaps the ball. Now he's going to reach and get the ball. Don't stop. Back, don't stop. You open and go. Don't wait for the ball. Okay, the quarterback will get him the ball. People try it. You'll see back isn't the ball. Okay, offensive line, right? You're running the outside zone play. Just run the outside zone play. Like we block the outside zone play. Go. It's a defense to run. Okay, all the little techniques on running the outside zone play. That's what you do. Okay, if you can cut them, get them down on the backside, great. Okay, now the back, okay, his eyes are going to go from 1 to 2. He looks at the defensive end. If that guy's expanding, if he's expanding at all, regardless if the tackle's going to cover up or not, if his body's moving out, your eyes go right to 2. What's number 2 doing? Is number 2 expanding? Yes. Then I'm going to go behind 2. Right? So I make a decision to come up, and I'm going behind 2. Right? That's happening. Okay? Right? If I get behind 2, great. If the shade on the backside shows up, I'll go behind him. But I'm not breaking the ball back. I'm cutting up the field. Okay? Right now, why did we pick that spot? All right, if the quarterback is under the center and you got a fullback and a tailback in the eye, right, and you're going to run the outside stretch play, okay, and you turn and you open and you give the ball to the back, that exchange or where the back is going to make his decision where to cut, okay, is about 6 yards deep, okay. He takes so many steps and he's going to about at that 6 yard point. 6 yard point, okay? He's going to make a decision where he's going to go, all right, he cut up inside the defensive end, or if he's going to go behind the free technique, but he's going to make his decision at that spot right there, okay? If you take the backs and the quarterback is in the gun and you got backs, okay? Or the one, you just got one back, then you need 2. And on the left, he lines up in the B gap, okay? And you're going to run the stretch play that goes across the backfield, okay? And when he starts, his eyes go to the defensive end. Okay, is the defensive end expanding? Yeah. Well, he's going to make his decision before he hits the ball. Before the ball's even handed to him, he's going to make a decision. Okay? So if that defensive end is expanding as he's running, okay, he's running right down the line, right down the white line, right? Now the quarterback gives him the ball, right? So he's already made a decision because the end expands and he gets his eyes on 2. What's 2 doing? Is 2 expanding? Then he's going to take 2 more steps with the ball in his hand. Okay? And that's going to put him out at the same spot he would be if he got the ball and made a decision, or if he was in the eye. So we just said, let's put him in his decision-making spot. We're just going to put him where he's going to make his decision. And we'll open him up, and we're going to give him the ball, right? And he's going to read 1, 2, like he would do if he was in the eye or offset, okay? And we're going to run the outside zone play to the same side. Now, you can run the inside zone play or the outside zone with him in that spot. But you're doing something that breaks your tendencies because you're running the outside zone play or the inside zone play to the same side the back lines up.
Yep.
Okay. Now, what do you do from there? Now you can add some run pass games off of that. Okay. With him in that way. Right. You can make kids off of that with him doing that. Right. So you can build a nice little scheme with the back running to the same side that he lined up to. Right? I learned that up in Canada. Way back in 2007. We went to the Grey Cup, right? We had 1,000, and we ran a lot of that play in 2007. Nobody in the States did it. Okay? So that's like the zone read plays that we have. It started in Canada, right? And I think, I want to say it was Earl when he was at Bowling Green. Bowling Green was way back when he was the head coach at Bowling Green, right? But it filtered down from Canada. It started, then it kind of spread through the country. Now everybody's running it, you know?
Yeah.
You know, but the history of running it to the same side, I learned that up in Canada. Right? Same side zone or inside or outside zone play, running it from the same side. Right? So that's a little history for you doing it, yeah.
That's good history.
You're running a naked, you can run a naked play off of it. You know. So however you want to do that, but that was a little wrinkle that was really good for us.
Coach, what's the history of the Cool Clinic and the Mushroom Society?
Right? Jimmy had 5 of us, okay? He said, what do you call me? Paul Alexander. And there was another guy, Fred Mariani, okay? And there was Jake Callum, God rest his soul. Jake was the line coach at the University of Kentucky at the time. Later on, he went to work for the Browns, okay? And nobody can remember who the sixth guy was. To this day, none of us know who the sixth guy was. There was 6 guys in Jimmy's office, and all we were doing is talking football, like we're doing here. We draw something, or if I had a problem with something, I draw it up in the board. How do you handle this thing? I don't know how to handle it. How do you, what technique do you do this guy? You know, so we would discuss it between the guys that were there, right? And we come out with some good information that we needed, right? Well, the next year, Jimmy does it again. I don't know, 16, 18, 20 guys maybe, okay? We move it over where the Bengals had the team meeting. So we would do it in that room, okay? And then the next we had more guys show up, okay? And so then, Mike Brown thought that we were giving away all the Bengals secrets. He was giving away all the Bengals secrets, okay? And that he moved it to the Clarion Hotel in downtown Cincinnati. So it went to the Clarion Hotel. We got more guys. And now we got 75, 80, 90, 100 guys coming. Okay? And what would happen is on Friday nights, the guys that were speaking, we would just sit in that room, the meeting room, and we would discuss problems we have. And then the other guys would just sit and listen to us, talk about the problems that we had. Right? Later on, we got the idea that, hey, let's put the college coaches on Friday night, okay? And then the pro coaches will talk on Saturday all day. So we went to that format, okay? Now this is some years into this, and then we were at the Senior Bowl, and we were at some bar in the Senior Bowl. I forgot the name of it right now, but there was Hannaford, Howard Mudd, Jimmy, right? Bugel might have been there. Myself, Paul Boudreau, Bill. I think I said Billy Muir, right? There was a number of line coaches there, and discussing how we're treated. And so one guy says, "Yeah, we're treated like mushrooms." And mushrooms. Yeah, mushrooms are always left in the dock, and they feed them shit, and that's how. So then we came up with the logo, Mushroom Society logo. It was the mushroom, what you see the food, right? And so that was our logo. And I had little dots made up, little type that right society, and it had a little ID on it, had your name on it, and we give it to all the line coaches in the NFL. So now we had the Mushroom Society. Okay, now we had shirts, and we got coffee mugs, then we got paperweights, we got slinkies, we got temples, we got pens, we got note cards, we got polo shirts that have the mushroom logo on. Okay, we got a whole stockpile of stuff that's got the mushroom logo on. We had the mushroom handbook. So after the clinic,
Oh, I wonder if his power went out.
I don't know, man. I didn't have a growth mindset because I sent him the YouTube link. All right, to Coach. There he is. Hey, Coach.
We would write up a handbook on the clinic, and then we would sell the handbook, and we'd sell the DVDs. Okay, and so then it really started to grow. Okay, people would flock to sit like a cult to come and listen to us. Okay, and it was really, I tell them, guys, you're here for information. If you've got a problem, right, and you need an answer for it, right, there's enough guys in this room that you can find the answer. Okay, so that's how it all started. And then when COVID hit, I had to do it virtual. Well,
what happened in Tampa, Coach?
Who I work for now, would hit me.
What happened in Tampa?
Coaches, I moved it to Tampa. When I was in Tampa, I moved it there 1 year. Okay, when I went to the Buccaneers, my first year with the Buccaneers, I said, I'll take the clinic and bring it to Tampa. We were in a Marriott in Tampa. Across the street from the Marriott was a strip club, okay? And so we had the Friday night time, okay? And then all the strip, every highway, okay, and off the strip. And so all the coaches were in all those clubs, right? And they're all getting in trouble. And I was getting calls from the police department because they knew. Right? I said, Coach, we don't want to arrest you. We need to help us with this, right? So the next day, I get up on stage and I said, all right, guys, right, you blew it. We're going to Cincinnati, okay, because you guys were making fun of yourselves in the strip clubs with the girls, right? So I moved the whole thing back to Cincinnati. It stayed there until we had to go virtual with it, okay? And we went virtual because of COVID, right? And well, that year, Rod Woodson asked me, he said, hey, do me a favor, can you help me? I need a line coach. Because Rod was on staff when I was with the Raiders, right? And I said, yeah, what do you need me to do? He says, well, I do these clinics, and I usually go to different countries and do these clinics with coaches. So we can't do that. So I need a coach to speak, right, virtual to these guys at different countries. So I did it. So I did it for how many that I did. Well, come to find out, at the end of it, he said, Coach, he said, Ireland was the last country we did, Ireland. Those guys were fun. He said, Coach, I want to thank you for helping us. He said, you did a good job. I appreciate it. He said, you were on 6 different continents, right? 33 different nations heard you.
Wow.
I said, oh my God. Right? I said, I didn't even think of it that way. Right? I said, Rod, I never left my mother's kitchen because I was trapped at my mother's house. Right? Because of the COVID. Right? And because I wasn't going to fly, I wasn't driving anyway. I wasn't leaving the house. Right? So, well, The next year, we had the clinic. I guess we had the clinic and we did it virtual, right? And all of a sudden, Ireland shows up, Germany, Spain, England, France, Italy, okay, South Africa, Australia, Singapore, China, Japan,
Unbelievable.
Brazil. I mean, all these people. You can't imagine how many people on the planet, right, play American football, play U.S. football. The National Football League has a fully staffed office in Singapore, football office in Singapore that promotes, right, American football and Singapore. Okay, you can't imagine the depth that it goes to and the figures that are out there with American football. Alexander, a good friend of mine, he just took a job in Dresden. He'll coach the Dresden Monarchs next year, okay, in Germany. Okay, American football. Okay, and so it's all over the place. You look for it, you can find it. Okay, and so that's how it kind of all got started.
Coach McNally could not answer. Coach McNally could not answer the question.
So
he did not know who had more jobs, you or Paul Boudreau.
He could not answer, or maybe he didn't want to do. Oh, that's a good question. Now, what he means in pro football, I had 8. I was in the NFL. I had, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I had 8 NFL jobs, okay, and then 3 jobs, which is 11, and 1 XFL job, which is 12. So I had 12 different pro football jobs in my career. Now, Paul Boudreau, I'm not sure. He may be at 7 or 8, or 6 to 8, somewhere in that area. He was a player. Jimmy coached him, okay? Yeah. And then he was a graduate assistant of Jimmy, okay, at Boston College. And then I think he got his first job. I'm trying to, my memory kind of loses me sometimes. I think he got his first job at the University of Maine. I think he was at the University of Maine, and then he was at Navy, okay? From Navy, he went to Edmonton, and he spent a number of years up in Edmonton coaching in the CFL, okay? And then he came back into the States, and he got a job with the New Orleans Saints, okay? And then he stayed with New Orleans. Then I think he went to Detroit, and then I know he was with Miami, and then, oh God, I think he was with the Rams, and he was with the New England Patriots at the time. He was with the Rams. How many's that? New Orleans, Detroit,
1.
The Patriots. I think he's got
9.
I think he's got 6, 5 or 6.
He's got 9.
You can look up get online and look up. He's got 9 NFL teams. NFL. He's got 9 NFL teams.
Yes, Rams,
yeah,
Falcons.
He got New Orleans, right? Then he got Detroit. He's got New England, Falcons. Oh, that's like one I forgot. Yeah, he's got one more to me then. I only had 8.
Jags. He was with the Jags. He was with the Rams twice.
Right. So that counts as 1.
Oh.
So he's got New Orleans, Detroit, the Rams, the Falcons, Jacksonville, Atlanta, New England. I count 7. Who am I missing?
The Falcons. Did you say the Falcons? Rams, Falcons, Jags, Panthers, Dolphins, Patriots, Lions, Saints.
I say Falcons. Panthers. The Panthers. I forgot the Panthers. All right. I'm going to write it down so I don't remember it. So I can. Right. Detroit. The Pats. Right. The Falcons. right? Jacksonville, the Panthers, the Rams. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 8. We're missing. New Orleans, Detroit, the Patriots, the Falcons.
That's right. Rams twice.
Jacksonville, the Panthers. I got 8. Which one am I?
No, he was with the Rams twice.
Rams twice. So
Yeah.
we got 8 teams. So, right, we're tied. I got 8.
Man.
Right. So
y'all should get the band back together, Coach. You got one more good run in you.
Teams.
Yeah. What's the future holding, Coach?
Yeah. Nowadays, it's not if you're a good football coach. I mean, Mike Monchak's a really good offensive line coach, right? Right. He's out of work. Nobody hired Mike, right, the coach this year. That's crazy. You know, Pat Flaherty, he's a real good football coach. Nobody hired Pat. Those guys are good football coaches, right? They hire young guys. They hire their buddies is what they do, okay? And then they get fired, and they wonder why they got fired because they didn't hire the best guys. You know, I think. Now I'm not. This is just thought on it. There's a lot of ways you can do it and it'll be good. When I went to the Raiders, right, Hugh Jackson interviewed Al Saunders and Hugh Jackson. They interviewed 5 different offensive line coaches. They actually interviewed us, 5 different guys, right? And they picked me out of the 5. I felt really good about that because there were 5 guys NFL line coaches. It wasn't like there was 5 guys from different college levels. It was 5 NFL coaches, and they picked me. I felt really. People don't do that anymore. People just hire their buddies. Doesn't matter if you're good or bad. They hire their buddies. They all get fired, and they wonder why that happened.
Right.
It's hire the guys that can coach. You know, hire the good coaches. Surround yourself with guys that are smart you are, right? And let them do their jobs. Okay, you'll have a better chance of keeping your job. Okay, they don't do that. The guy in the Jets, right? Right. And he fires the line coach, John Benton, who's a real good line guy. He was my GM, kind of partial, but he fired those guys to make it look like he's going to. Hey, we're doing this to get better because I did this, and then I hired this guy over here. But he's just trying to save his job because if they have another bad season, they get fired. So they got to show the public, okay, that hey, we're going to make some changes here so we get better, okay, and so they keep their job for another year because they don't make that money bouncing up, right? So, and coaches do that. They want the loyalty, okay, from their staff, right? But how loyal to the staff, right? There's only a few guys that I ever worked for, okay, that were real loyal coaches with their assistants. Later on, okay, when we first got hired at the Bears, we had a staff meeting, and he said, if anybody wants me to fire any guys, we're all going to go together. Does everybody agree to that? So we said, yeah. Okay. We're all raised there, no problem. Now, 6 years later, almost to the day, right now, some guys had left to get other jobs. Like Gary Croton left to be the head coach at BYU. He took the receiver. So we hired Todd Haley and somebody else. Okay? So the guys left to do that, but they didn't get fired. Okay. So Dick brings the staff together. And he says, okay, I got to go. They called me down the end of the building. It's not going to be good news. Do we still, we all still in agreement, right, that if they want me to fire any one of you, I'm going to go. So we said, yeah. Right. Came down. They wanted Dick to fire 3 guys or 4 guys, right? And he wouldn't do it, so they fired Dick. we all got fired. That's how loyal that guy was to the staff. There's nobody else out there that does that. Nobody does that anymore.
No.
They had their mother to keep their jobs. They would, or what happens, they draft guys that, if you're an offensive line coach and you're sitting in that personnel draft meeting, the personnel guys, right, and they're putting the guys up there and they're saying, oh, gee, how great this guy or how good this guy is, and why we got this guy, that guy, you better say something. You don't keep your mouth shut. You better say something. Because if they take that guy, he's now your problem. Your problem now. Okay, but if you say, hey, I don't like that guy, why don't you coach? Well, he does this, he does that. His grades were bad. He graded out 60% here and 73% here. I don't get it. You know what I mean? He's just not my kind of guy that you fit in to build a line with. Now, if they still take him, at least you voiced your opinion. If the kid doesn't play well, you voiced your opinion. You knew that you were taking him. You told him that when you didn't take him. Okay? But if you don't say anything, you're part of the problem. Same thing, good assistant coaches, right? If you're in an offensive meeting, right, and you've all got different ideas, and you're sitting there and somebody puts an idea, well, let me put it this way. If the coordinator's running a meeting, right, and everything he's saying and everybody in the room is saying yes, you're going to get fired. You don't need those guys. Everybody's saying yes, okay? Now, don't get me wrong. They hire guys to do that because they don't want to listen to guys, all right? The ideas come from the argument, not so much an argument. That's where the ideas come from, right? So everybody's talking. That's where your ideas are coming from. So if somebody puts one up there and it has why it was not going to work, as a good assistant, you better say something. Say, hey, we may want to rethink this because this, and this will happen if you do this. If you just sit there, right, and that play goes into the play and they call it and it gets blown up, you're part of the problem. Now, some assistant coaches welcome that argument. They will bring it on. I want to hear it. Give me evidence. You support what you're saying, right? Show me the plays. Okay? Give me the statistics, okay? Right? Let me show it to me that we can use it. Okay? That's how you get better. The argument, those things happen. But once you're done with it, it's done. Done. This is what we're doing. This is what's going in the game plan. This is what we're going to go teach. You're done with it. Yeah. Don't be hanging around and saying, hey, my idea was better than his idea. Don't do that shit. You don't want to do that. That's bad. Okay? But you can't be insecure. Okay? When you see what head coaches see. And somebody doesn't, it's okay to disagree. It's okay to disagree. It's not okay to be disagreeable. It's okay. It's okay. I tell my players that, guys, it's okay to disagree. Just don't be disagreeable. Tell me why your way's better. Show me why that technique works better. Buy it, sell it to me. And if it works better for you, that's what most coaches do. I was trying to tell you this earlier about young coaches. They want to get not playing and doing the techniques the way it should be. Okay, they think the kid can't play. No, that's not the thing. That's the way that guy plays. He plays that way and he's productive. So don't try to screw the guy up by changing him the way you want him to play. If he's playing his way, okay, and he's making plays, but he's blocking his guy, right? And he's blocking the guy more than he's not blocking his guy, then don't fuck with the kid. Okay? That's the way that kid plays, right? Encourage the kid to keep playing and blocking the guys. Okay? More coaches group kids up, okay? Because they try to get this way and they can't. This is how they play guys. You can make them better, okay? Some of them will buy in and they'll try to change how they play to get better. Some of them just can't. The stiff kid with stiff legs can't. That's just the way God made them. Doesn't mean they can't play. Just means that's just the way they do play. Okay? So there's a lot of aspects to coaching that if you get into this profession, right, and then everybody has their answers. Everybody has the answers. You know, everybody knows how to coach the offense. Nobody talks to the offensive line coach all week long. We put the game plan together. After that, to the offensive line coach for the whole week. We just do things. Okay? Now, on game day, right, when things start breaking down out there on game day, everybody on the planet is looking for the fucking offensive line coach. The doctors, the trainers, the guy holding the stakes. Hey, Wiles, what's going on out there? What the fuck were you guys doing? What's going on out there? Right? Everybody wants to know. The trainer comes down. The guys that take care of the headsets, they come down. Right? Hey, what's going on? Really? You're asking me? Why didn't you ask me 5 days ago? Or they'll tell you stuff, walk into the field. Hey, by the way, we had a 300 protection. We're going to squeeze it. Why don't you tell me that Monday morning after the game? Right? You tell me walking out the tunnel, going to the game. Tell me after the game. Right? I mean, you can't imagine the stuff that goes on. It's mind-boggling, the stuff that actually goes on. So that's why we got the mushroom. Right? And in our position, the position that we coach is the last stop. That's the last stop.
That's
if
it.
you're on defense, okay, right, they switch to offense, and you can't play there, you're going home.
Yeah.
We're the last stop. That's it. I remember going to Wake Forest, visiting with Jim, and my brother was on that staff, and was a player. I can't remember if it was a linebacker or if it was a tight end. I can't remember. Anyway, the kid, I think it was a linebacker. It was a big linebacker, and they took him and they moved them over to offense. Okay, and the kid was a little disgruntled about first going to offense, right? Right, and then he played. Then he played the second year. And then he gets drafted by the Green Bay Packers as an offensive lineman and plays for like 12 years. He's one of the premier guards, right, in offense, okay, right? And so there's a kid, okay, who was playing a different position, ends up becoming a lineman, okay, and stays at that spot, okay? It wasn't his last stop. He kept right on playing, okay? His last stop. They took him to one spot, made it to that spot. If he played there, he was done. So he said, no, I'm going to make this work. And I just can't think. Jimmy will know his name. I just can't think of his name right now. He went up and played at the Packers for years. Good player, good kid. You know, so there's a lot of things that happen in this, okay? And everybody wants to see. Everybody knows. You know, you can't imagine the ideas that, you know, especially guys that coach defense that become head coaches, right?
Yeah.
They come in, right, and they'll draw something up on the board, right? Because hey, you got to run this play. This problem. Well, it may not fit the what you do. You know, every offense and every defense, even special teams, it all has an integrity that's built into it. There's an integrity that's built into it. Okay? Once you start getting out of the framework of the integrity, okay, is when you start having problems. So this play and that play, you know, I worked for a head coach one time that was a former defensive coordinator. And he'd come in all the time, right? And I would make it work, okay, by myself. I would do the game, okay, or I'd do the protections. The offensive coordinator would come down, right? I'd say, hey, these are the protections, we're going to have if we have this. This is the run game I think looks good. Okay, and he'd take it and he'd build a pass game and stuff off of it, right? And then we'd have a full offensive staff meeting. Okay, John Harbaugh was on that staff. Okay, and Rex Ryan was on the defensive staff. It was a good football staff. Okay, so I'd be sitting in my room and John would come down. You got to come to this meeting, Wiles. I said, John, I got work. You got to come to this meeting, Wiles. I said, okay. So I come in, I put my books down on the table, and I look at the board. The head guy standing there, he's got all the stuff drawn on the board. He's got like 21 runs. He says, Wiles, what do you think it is? I said, I don't think we're going to cross the 50-yard line. What do you mean? I said, well, if you run them all once one way, and then you flip them over, and you run them all one time the other way, okay, you got 42 runs. Right? How many more passes? How many passes do you think you're going to get to throw? Right? Yeah, you got way too many. I said, Rick, I know. By the time we left that meeting, okay, we had 6 runs. 6. We were going to run those 6 plays. That's it. Well, I don't want to that those 6 plays. If you're the head coach, you can do anything you want. My recommendation is run those 6 plays. We go out and we play Miami of Ohio. No. I think it was Miami of Ohio. We go out and play Miami of Ohio, and we set a school rushing record with 6 plays.
Yeah, I love it.
That's awesome.
Never heard from. We beat Kentucky, we beat Louisville, we beat Miami. The 3 schools that they had rivalries with teams. Okay. All right, we put 4 guys, okay, 2 on the first division, all division teams, 2 on the second team. We were number 1 in the fewest amount of sacks, and we were first in rushing. Okay, never heard from him again. Never heard from him again. Never saw him again. Right, the left tackle got drafted just for 10 years, and the Steelers for 2, with the Redskins for 2 more years. Okay, But as an assistant coach, you got to say stuff. And some guys may not like to hear it. Okay? Yeah, you go in there and tell the head coach that he's full of shit. He's got 21 runs up on the board. You know? But if you put the game and you have 21 runs listed, you're going to get your ass beat. You're going to get beat. Okay? Because you can't practice at all. It's impossible to practice at all. Okay? You know, why did the teams go to the zone plays? I get that question a lot. Why did all of a sudden, back in the 80s, a lot of the teams in the NFL decided that they were going to run the zone schemes. Okay?
Yeah.
Howard was running it. I don't know if he was running it first, but he was doing it up in Seattle. A lot of teams were starting to run the zone. But he said, well, why did that happen? Because when Jimmy Bengals in that playbook, there were a lot of trapping schemes, there were some blocking schemes, there were power schemes, there were great schemes. There was a lot of different schemes, you know. And then there was 3, you know, what? Or 4. Well, what made the change? Why did they change into just running the zone plays? And number one of the reason was you get fewest minus yardage plays. Okay. Yeah. You can at least get back to the line of scrimmage. Okay. That was number 2. 8 guys. We used to say 8 guys do the same thing, and 3 guys do something different.
Yeah.
8 guys do the same thing, and 3 guys do something different.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of carryover. Okay, with 8 guys doing the same thing and 3 guys doing something different. So just change motions and shifts and trades. 8 guys do the same thing. 3 guys do something different. All right, and so you can get more repetition at running, so you get better. The inside play, you get better at the outside play. Okay, and then you add the run action pass games to that. You add the nakeds to that. You can create a whole offense. Okay, you're going to have a few speed screens, and but you create a whole offense, right? And then you're going to have an offensive philosophy. What is your offensive philosophy? There's going to be something. Who we are. This is what we're trying to do. This is our accomplishment. What's our offensive? And it's not put your players in the best position to succeed. That's not an offensive philosophy. That's fucking common sense. Okay. Right? Offensive philosophy. Right? You wanna live third and 4 to 6. That's an offensive philosophy. How do we get in third and 4 to 6?
Coach, that is the most brilliant thing I've ever heard.
Right.
To put my players in the best position to succeed. That's not an offensive philosophy. Coach, you should do commentary for politics. I mean, like really, they're not saying anything.
Like my thing, you get in third. Getting third and 4 to 6. Well, say you run the ball one time and you gain 2 yards, right? You run the ball one time and you gain 2 yards. People, over the head, nobody's talking to anybody, nobody's coming off the ball. No, you gain 2 yards. That's it. You only gain 2 yards, right? 2. Oh, where's the fucking camera? 2 yards, right?
Coach, he's the best. Coach, you're the best.
He's outstandanding.
This is the greatest offensive line podcast
all
of
time.
Coach,
all time.
Coach Wiley, you have broken Coach McNally's record, and you're just getting warmed up. This is the greatest offensive line podcast of all time, Coach.
So let me get finished the word. 3 or 4 to 6. So you run the ball twice and you get 2 yards. It's 3rd and 6. You want to be in 3rd and 4 to 6. You're going to be able to convert the first down. You get a better percentage. Okay. If you only run it 2 yards each time, now it's 3rd and 5. To get in 3rd and 2 is unrealistic. Okay, but you can get in 3rd. Say you don't get anything on first down. Down you run and you get 4 yards, or you throw it and get 4 yards. It doesn't matter, right? You just want to get in the world of 3rd and 4 to 6. How do I get in that world? And punting's okay.
Yeah.
Right? You punt the ball. That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But you're gonna start
run to get it on 3rd and 8.
Start off with some type of philosophy.
You
gotta start off with some type of philosophy.
When did 3rd and 1 become a pass down in the NFL?
Well, one of my big. Oh God! When you got nothing that can block, run play.
When did 3rd and 2 become a pass down in the NFL?
I tell you what, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you one thing that I know. The Kansas City Buffalo game. When Kansas City came back to tie it, you guys remember that game? And then they ended up winning it. The Kansas City Buffalo game. Okay. They called play. Andy called the play in from the sideline. Or Ben Enemy called who? I don't know who called it. Okay. So the play comes in from the sideline. Right. The scrimmage. Right, and Holmes looks at the play, and Kelsey's all in a slot, I think he was. I'm not exactly sure. Okay, and then Buffalo calls timeout. So now they go back to huddle. So Holmes is talking to Kelsey. Kelsey's telling him, hey, right, if they play that same coverage, if they line up that same way, I'm not going to run the route that's called this route. So whatever route that he was talking about to get open. Okay, and Mahomes said, okay. All right. So they come back to the line of scrimmage. Now they call, right? They still call it in the huddle. They come back to the line of scrimmage, and Mahomes looks at it, and Kelsey sees that they're in the same coverage, they're in the same exact configuration, contour. And so Mahomes told him, do it. Okay. And Kelsey, so they communicated, right? The ball snapped, they throw to Kelsey. Kelsey gets the first down, they kick the field goal, tie the game. Okay, there's players make a decision. This is how well coached they are to understand, okay, what the coverage was, what to do to them, what do they need to do to get the first down, how much yardage they need, okay, right? And they went ahead and executed it, okay. That and it's okay to do that with the head coach, okay. It's okay to do that with the head coach. That's coaching. That they coach those kids well enough to be able to change the play, okay, just between themselves, not the whole play, just between themselves. Okay. So when does it become the player, and when does it become the play? You got to decide that as coaches. When does it become the player, and when does it become the play? You call a play. So you call a play that you have the defense, right? That's what you do. You call that. Okay, but sometimes you have to say to yourself, "Fuck that play," right? You know, we did that to Jets a lot. Hey, fuck that. Throw it to Altoon. Throw the ball to Altoon. Kenny O'Brien, just throw the ball to Altoon. We don't care about anything else. Just throw the ball. You know, so that when does it become the player? When does it become the play?
Yeah. Players think players, not plays.
When does it become the player?
Yes.
I should say. If on your call sheet, I think you have plays, you know, on the call sheet that you have a column or a box that says "gotta have it." There's a point in the game where you got to have it, a 4th and 2, 4th and 1. You got to make this first down to win the game, or you got to convert in order to kick the field goal, whatever. You got to have it. What are you going to run? You better have already designed that. And is it going to be a play, or are you going to line up and say, Altoon? Okay, you're going to do that. Throw it to Jerry Rice. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, so when is it the play and when is it the player? But on your call sheet, you gotta have it. What are you gonna do? And who are you gonna do it with? And then you gotta have it when you have a timeout. Because it's different when you got a timeout, when you don't have a timeout. Okay? So you better put that on your call sheet. Right? So when is it the play, and when you're gonna say what to that guy? Okay, guys don't think like that. Crazy. Guys don't think like that. But you better have that talk, research it. And another thing, I think a lot of guys do, they should do, okay, is the situations that are going to occur in games. Okay? So when you get your stats together, okay, everybody turn in those crazy situations that happen in games to you. Because you better discuss it, okay? Hey, you complete a pass. There's 4 seconds or 5 seconds to go in a game, and the kid's running down the field. Okay, he knows. Okay, he's not going to get. He knows he's not going to get there. So what do? You slide all timeout on the way down. Okay, so you can kick the field goal. Well, you better have discussed that. You better have asked that. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, so there's like 50 things that we got, okay, written down that as a staff, you go to every one of them and you have an answer on what you're going to do on every one of those things. Because when they show up, you don't want to have to make the decision in 40 seconds. Right? You don't want to have to make that decision in 40 seconds or 30-second timeout. Okay, you want to have already talked about it. You already have the answer. You already know what you're going to do. Okay? That's part of it. That's part of it guys don't do. Off-season projects, okay? One of the best off-season projects any can do on any level is game plan themselves. Okay? We put a full game plan together on how we're going to beat our defense. And they put a full game plan together on how they're going to stop the offense. You're going to have the pitches, the cut-ups, everything, right? You got the whole week to do it, just like you would have during the season, right? And then you insert right? You get up there and you install it like we would install it to the players, to the defensive coaches. This is what we see. This is what we intend to do. This is what routes we see. We think people are good. Okay? You tell them why. Okay? And they do the same thing to the offense. This is how we think we can stop you. This is the tendencies we have on you. The whole ball of wax is one of the best exercises anybody can do in football.
Who'd you learn that from?
Right? Game plan yourself. Oh, God, we did that way back with I think Sam Weiss. Right? That's my first run to it. It was from Sam, way back.
Coach,
right?
have you ever done a study, or is anyone? Has anyone ever done a study?
There was a study done at one time.
Yeah, has anyone ever done a study on holding penalties? Holding penalties based on your sideline to the opponent's sideline.
I know.
Is there a difference?
I can tell you this about. I don't know that. I don't have the answer to that. Okay, I don't know if you've done it not. I know this about penalties. Okay, fix the penalties that don't take any athletic ability to fix. Okay, better as a team. Fix the penalties that don't take any athletic ability. Lining up in the neutral zone, jumping offside, illegal motion. Okay. Penalties that don't take any athletic ability, fix those first. The holding call, right? The clipping calls, the late hit calls, you're aggressive penalties. That is going to happen. Okay. It's a physical, violent game. You're going to get some of those in the game. Okay. You got to learn to live with some of those. A lot of holding that I see, okay, when the kids grab like this, they're grabbing the guy, right? They're grabbing the guy because they're afraid to fail. I'm saying it, don't be afraid to fail. Write that down. Don't be afraid to fail.
That's how you learn. Growth mindset.
People in life don't think big enough because they're afraid to fail. They really don't. People in life don't think big enough. They're afraid to fail. And they're afraid that it's going to look bad in front of their mom and dad, their wife, or their girl, or their grandparents, or their, the neighbors, the cousins, the children. Whatever they're going to feel, they're going to look back. Failing is not the problem. Everybody's failed. When you first started to walk, you fell down. You failed.
That's Rich Dad Poor Dad.
Right? But you got up and you figured it out. Okay. Everybody's. You can't be afraid to fail. If you're afraid to fail, then you're not playing at the highest level that you need to play at because you're afraid to fail. Okay? You're afraid to make mistakes. The mistakes are going to happen. The sacks are going to happen. It's how you adjust to them. It's how you handle them after they happen. What happens in your right? And an offensive line has a missed assignment. Okay? He's the first guy to know that. He's the very first guy to know that. So what happens? Right, the line coach gets on his ass. Okay? Then the offensive coordinator, he feels he needs something to fucking say to him. Right? Then the head coach, he needs something to say to that kid. By that time, the kid don't want to play. You don't want to step. You can't do that. Right? Teach them. Fix it and move on. You don't have to yell at them. You don't have to scream at them. Right? Fix it and move on. Okay? They got to play the next play. That one's in history. That one's no good anymore. Play the next one. Okay? He already knows he made it. Okay? How do you handle it with that guy? Okay? So you don't want to freeze the kid. Right? You want the kid playing at the highest level he can play at. He can't be afraid. Okay? Because he needs to play at that level. People in life are afraid. People don't take jobs because what happens? They get married. They have 2.5. They get a dog, a rabbit, and a cat, and a fucking hamster. They got 3 fish. Okay? They get a parakeet, right? right?
You
They're
get Dick
afraid to
LeBeau to
fucking
do a
move.
message to Jim McNally.
Right. So now the guy gets a job offer, right, in another corporation, okay, in another state. Well, he don't, because he's afraid to fail. If I go over there and I fail, I may not make it. I'm comfortable. I got my own little security world here with my fish and rabbit and hamster and shit, okay? I got enough money to pay the mortgage or the rent, and go take my wife to dinner one night and maybe see a movie. So I'm okay here. Instead of go take the job. Don't be afraid. Go take the job, right? Go do that. A great example is my son-in-law. Okay, he's working for Procter and Gamble. He's an attorney. Working for Procter and Gamble in Cincinnati. He gets a job offer to go to Bridgestone Tire in Nashville. Okay, to run the EPA division, work in the EPA division, Bridgestone Tires. Big seat, good seat, right? We had a little discussion about him going. I said, yeah, you could go. Now, my daughter, she don't want to move, right? I said, you got to go. He said, I got to go. I said, you got to go. You got to go. If it doesn't work out, but you have to go do that, okay? Right? Now, he's been there now, I don't know, 8, 9 years now. He loves it, right? They sent him all over the planet. He's all over the planet. He's in Singapore, Australia, South Africa, Germany, right? They have meetings in Italy. They send him to Japan. That guy, they trust him so they send him all over the place. You gotta go, you gotta go. Okay? But people don't do that because they're afraid. You can't be afraid. You just can't do that. You gotta go. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. There's other things, yeah, you can do. There'll be other things that you can do. Okay?
Yeah.
Places, there will be. Okay? But people don't think like that. They don't think big enough. Your players can't think like that. You want your players to play at the highest level. When you walk into my meeting room, there's a sign that says, don't be afraid to fail.
I
There's a sign that says, greatness is a choice.
Yeah.
There's a sign that says, the problem with knowing everything is you can't learn anything new. There's a sign that says, learn before you compete. There's a sign that says, teach them, don't tell them. There's a sign that says, do the right things. Right. All right? Watch your guy. Do the things, okay? But people don't finish it. They say do the right things. No, do the right things right. Stretching. Not that I'm a big fan of it, okay? Watch the next video, right?
When did you stop being a fan of stretching?
Watch your players stretch, okay? Right after Normandy. They didn't stretch at Normandy.
No.
There was no stretching at Normandy.
And we beat those Nazis. We beat those guys with swastikas on their helmets.
Do you think that guy said, hey, give me those rubber bands so I can stretch or run across that fucking beach?
No.
No. Those guys that jump sit-ups, jumping jacks, they climbed the rope and they ran. That was their entire, right, the calisthenics that they did, right, to get ready to go fight a war, right? Not us. We got all this fancy stretching and then all these fancy bands and all this. What the fuck, right? Those guys, they won 2 world wars. They didn't do that. 2 world wars, okay? Not us, right? That's another story. All I'm saying is the kid himself, right? The signs that I have, do the right things. Watch your guys stretch. They're stretching, right? That's the right thing to do with most coaches, right? Right? But are they doing it right? Watch how many guys don't do it right. Looking at the cloud formation, say, is that an elephant or is that a rabbit? Okay, they don't do it right. They just don't do it right. Okay? Whatever it is, you say do the right things to them. Do the right things. Finish the sentence for them. Do things right. Just don't do the right things. Okay? There's a big difference in it.
Yes.
right? Now, I got these signs.
Correct.
Everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. That one's up there, okay? Right? You want to motivate them, okay? Get rid of the guys that are not motivated.
That's Lou Holt.
You're out of here. Get rid of the guys that are not motivated. I got 20. I got 22 signs that I put up. There's no detail too small. Okay. The one I love the most is greatness is a choice, but the one about the problem then is you can't learn anything new. I love that. And I got that from Bill Muir is the line coach. Bill Muir.
Yeah.
His mother used to tell him that. I said,
what does it mean?
Great. I take that. I made a sign, put it up in the home. The problem knowing everything. If you know everything, you can't learn anything new because you know everything. I can't learn new because you know everything. You get players like that. They know everything. I was helping this local high school team out one day. Right, I went to the tackle. I was trying to teach him how to wide. This guy that was a little wider. I said, look, you need to close some of the distance down because that guy's a better athlete than you are. That's why he's playing over there. And the kid was, well, coach, I'm a vertical setter. I said, what? He says, yeah, I'm a vertical setter. I said, well, then you know everything. There's no sense of me because you know everything. You can't learn anything new. So that statement applied to that kid. The problem with knowing everything is you can't learn anything new. I teach you how Anthony Munoz and Joe Thomas would go block a guy. Okay?
Right.
This is what they would do to block that guy. Right? You set the way you're saying, that guy's going to kick. The kid gave up 3 sacks that game. Right? So, well, I was just trying to help the kid out in practice one day.
Yeah.
That coach is a friend of mine.
And when a player like that, you better make sure you have an exit sign. Show them that sign. With a player like that, you better make sure you have an exit sign. Show them that sign.
That's the kid. That's the kid that's in the judging mindset.
Right, exactly.
He's in the fixed mindset. That kid's in the fixed mindset. If I was the line coach, right, I would get that kid out of that mindset.
Right.
So
that's good.
That good. There's a lot of things that happen, but don't be afraid to fail. Put that sign up in your room. Teach your kids, don't be afraid. You're going to teach your kids, don't be afraid to fail.
Yeah.
Because if they're afraid to fail, I got to step here. I got to put my I got to get to this. I do it's all hesitation.
Yeah.
They become hesitant. They don't want to move because they're afraid to fail. They can't be afraid to go. Go.
All
right? Go. If you make a mistake, go. If you make a mistake, do it going 100 miles an hour.
Yeah. You don't need paralysis.
Do it going 100.
You do not need paralysis by analysis.
We used to have these things. Right, exactly. Write this down. You want them to be physical. Oh, be poised. The first one is be poised. Be poised. Poised. Be poised. Be poised. It's not going to always go the way you design it. It's not going to always work the way you want it to work. Okay? Things are going to go haywire out there. So you keep your poise as players and fucking coaches. Keep your poise. Okay? They got to be physical. It's a physical game. So you're going to be nasty, nasty son of a bitch. Be poised, be physical. Okay? And finish everything you do. Be poised, be physical, and finish everything you do. If you're waiting for the weights, finish it. If you're watching video, finish it. If you're blocking somebody, finish it. Right? If you're in a drill, finish the drill. Finish everything you do. Be poised, be physical, finish everything you do. Okay, now that was that they had when Jimmy was working with the Bengals and went to the Super Bowl that year. That was their motto. That was the thing they carried with them all season long.
Three things.
Poised, be physical, and finish everything you do. Those three things. Okay.
I love that.
If you're gonna take your girlfriend and watch the show, okay, but you need to finish doing your studying for the game, you better finish your studying for the game, right, and then take her to the show. Okay. But don't do it the opposite way. That's not gonna work. Okay. Be poised, be physical, finish everything you do.
What does it mean to be poised? What's an example you can give a kid?
Be poised. The guy pushes you. He swings at you. Keep your poise. Don't swing back. Back up. Okay? Retaliate. Okay? All the chirping that goes back and forth. Don't listen to it. Keep your poise. Don't let it get in you. Don't let them get in your head. Keep them out of your head. Be poised. Okay? The officials, they make bad calls. Okay? The ball goes backwards. Right? You're getting upset with the official. No. Keep your poise. There's nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. Keep your poise. Play the next play. That's all in keeping your poise. Okay? You make a mistake. You miss an assignment. Right? Keep your poise. You can be upset with yourself, but keep your poise. You got to get rid of it before the ball snapped. Before the next play, you better get rid of it. Just keep your poise. Okay? All right, that's what happens in. You can't imagine because the players take the players reflect the way they're coached. If coaches are poised, right? How many coaches you see on the sideline? They're ranting and they're raving.
Yeah.
Okay, they go up and down the sideline yelling at everything. Okay, the players think that they can do that too.
Right.
No. The coach shouldn't even do that.
Yeah.
Okay? If you're yelling, you ain't paying attention. If you're yelling, you ain't listening.
Yeah.
Right? If you're yelling, you ain't listening.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're yelling, listen at the same time. Okay? Yeah. And the other thing I find, listen to your players.
Thank you.
When they come off the field. Listen to them. Right, guys don't listen to them. Come on the bench, right, and listen to them. Right, I don't know if you. I know there's schools have the ability. High schools now have the ability, and I think some of the colleges do. That you can have the ability to replay the play on a sideline TV. Right, you can have a sideline.
Yeah, high schools
you're
can.
hooked up to however the video works, and when they come off the field. You can sit them on the bench, right in front of the TV, and play back and forth, right? And when you do that, make the corrections, right? Keep their poise, make the corrections, right? And then put them back on the field.
Yeah.
Okay? The best thing you can do for them. Any XFL, we got pads that we do that with. A lot of times you may see me sitting on the bench, okay, when the offense is on. Because I can take the pad, right? And I can watch the game from the end zone camera that's going on.
That's
I can
awesome.
watch the game. So it's more beneficial for me to sit and watch the game. And I'm no good standing up on the sideline watching the game. I can't see shit from the sideline. Okay? It's the worst vision you can have. Right? And then the only one guy upstairs. Now, it's not like we had like in the NFL, it's like 5 guys upstairs, and I have one guy dedicated just talks to me. The other guys talk by themselves, and then I switch over if they need me. It's not like that in the XFL. There's one guy up there, right? So it's more beneficial to me to sit and watch the game on the iPad. Okay? Watch it.
Yeah, because then you don't have to replay it.
Right? And I can play it back and forth.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's awesome.
I can play it back and forth on the pad. I can see, I can write the notes down. I can write who made the mistakes and what he has to do. And when they come back to me, I already got it done. Okay, guys,
Yeah.
we need to see point 2, point 8, and point 12. Okay, this is what we need to fix right here. Okay, I already have it done. Okay, so when I get off the field, I get the correction plays. Okay, cut it. Okay, you can't do that.
No.
Standing on the sideline.
Yeah. Coach.
If I was
Your
a high
point-
school coach, offensive line coach, I would sit on the sideline. I would sit on the sideline, okay, and I would take the pad, and I would do that with the pad. No sense of me standing on the sideline, because I can't see anything. Not, right? What am I going to do? I can talk to anybody I need to talk to, okay, but I can see the game from the end zone. It was what, as a line coach.
Yeah.
I mean, you would play football that way, guys.
Right.
Right? I think you put a table there, you put the pad there, you put it up, right? You got that line with his note, right? With a Sharpie and his notepad, okay? You start working out the plays, playing them back, make that correction, play the next one back, right? If somebody needs a play call, hey, okay, give it to them, right? But you see the play and say you can make suggestions. Hey, no, run 46. Run 26. Put the formation into the boundary. Hey, you can still tell them it's okay. You can do everything you do standing at the sideline better sitting down with a table and the pad in front. People say, no, I gotta. Why? I stand up on the sideline with the rest. No, you don't.
Yeah.
You don't have to do
Coach,
that.
Point
It's
number
better
2.
for everybody. Yeah, it's better for everybody to be able to do that. Right? It's better for the offensive guys. It's better for the coordinator. It's better for the players.
Yeah.
That you're able to do that. Matter of fact, the whole staff could sit there and watch the game. The
Yeah.
receiver coach would be watching the receivers. Would be watching the game. All you need is one guy up there to signal a play and a play into the quarterback. Right? Well, one guy controls the personnel, the other guy calls the play. So you may need 2 guys up there. The guys watch the game on a fucking video. You'll learn more. You can see the personnel coming in. You know what else on the field. I mean, it's amazing. You get more information with that. But people get that old school, I need to stand up, I need to be in a. Why? Give me a reason why. I did it for years. Why? And what coaches don't. We get as far away, right? We get as, and then as far away as you can see the back of the defense.
Right.
Right? That's what we do. We get as far back to see the back of the defense, right? The ball gets to us, right, as it goes in, and we can't see the back of the defense. Okay? So now, right, because so that's, you're better watching the end zone copy live, being able to play it back and forth, okay, sitting on a bench. You're better off doing that. Right? Don't worry
Halftime
about
adjustments.
standing.
What do you think about halftime adjustments? What's your philosophy on that?
Well, you got less than 60 days to do it. Okay. To me, the plays that don't work well. Okay. Why didn't they work? As the game goes on, you're making notes on your pad. Okay. Right. You run for maybe we want to trade the tight end. Okay. You don't want too many halftime adjustments. You may get possibly 4, right, to get halftime adjustments on formations and plays you want to run. Or as the game's going on, you may be changing. How double teams, you need to stay with the guy longer. Okay, guys go out and then up on some of the slip blocks, right? So you're making those corrections as the game goes. But that you're going to run in the second half, that's what you're giving them at halftime. We are going to run this play, this play, this play, and this play, right? So you want them reviewed, you want it drawn up on the board. This is the defense. This is the defense they've been giving us, right? Alert for this out of this defense, okay? So you go through some of those, but you only got minutes. So you can't give them 12, 15 things to do. Blitzes that's been happening. You may say, you may change an angle to get somebody because of where the alignment of the defender was, but for the plays themselves, you may give them 3 runs and 2 protections, or 3 runs, 3 passes, maybe 2 runs and whatever it is, right? But you got to put it up on the board. You got to draw it up for them, okay? And this is what they get, okay? Now there's sometimes. Now you can do it. I don't know if they do it with the computers or not, but I used to have the guy upstairs draw the blitz that would have problems seeing it on the sideline. So he would draw them on overheads, projectors, which nobody ever uses anymore. Okay, he would draw them on overheads. Okay, so when we came down for halftime, right, I could put that overhead, right, I could put that acetate, right on the overhead.
Wow.
This is the blitz, this is the protect, this is the breakdown, right? We made to take a Louis call, okay? That's simple things with the guy upstairs. He already has the center and the 2 guards drawn up. All he needs to do is, right, is draw the tight end and the receiver. He doesn't even need those guys. He just needs to be able to go front and where the blitzes are coming from. Okay,
Coach.
Just so he comes down, he can put it up in front of him. Okay, hey guys, this one here, this one here. Okay, now you're trying to make that correction on the sideline also, right? But you're kind of piecemealing it to what he's giving you, what you see on the pad, what the play. Okay, but he can draw it, right, and put it up. We can review it at halftime again.
Right? Coach, so we had a question.
Those type of things, halftime adjustments.
We had a question at 3:35 p.m.
Yeah.
And the question was, what's your favorite game day meal? This is from Jim Tim. He asked us at 3:35. What's your favorite pregame meal, Coach? It's 6:48.
Right? It depends what's it depends on what meal you're talking. What time is the game?
Okay, let's just go 1 p.m.
We got to play at 8 o'clock or 8:30. You got 3 meals you can eat that day, possibly more. But if it's a normal 1 o'clock, if it's a normal game, okay. When I go down to eat breakfast, okay, I eat light. I'll have a bowl of cereal, okay. Maybe really I eat light. I don't eat. I'm a big guy, but I don't eat. I don't eat a lot before the game. I really don't. I think it makes you sluggish. People say it gives you anything. It makes me sluggish. You want to go take a nap and none of that shit. I may eat a bowl of cereal with some blueberries on it. Okay, a piece of toast maybe, or an English muffin maybe. I drink a glass of water. Okay, that's it. And I work for Earl Bruce. Okay, and I work for Earl. Okay, and he used to say, "A hungry dog is hotter." Right? I always remember that. I know he's right. Okay.
Yeah.
A hungry dog fights harder. Right? So I eat a little. Don't eat a lot. Cereal. Most of the time it's just cereal. Cereal, sometimes blueberries, sometimes strawberries on it. Maybe a muffin. That's all I eat. And I don't want to go in there. Maybe you feel bloated or, not, feeling sluggish. I don't want to do that. Believe it or not, this is my 52nd year of coaching. Next year will be my 3rd year of coaching football. I still get excited. Okay, I really do. I still get excited to coach. I get excited, get on a practice field. I get excited on game day. I get excited to be with the meetings, trying to make them better. Give them, on game day, I still get those little goosebumps. When you get those little goosebumps, You know, when you kissed your first girlfriend, you get that little, holy shit. You know, I still get that same feeling. I've done it for 50 plus years at all levels, and I still get that same feeling. Okay, and after the game, right, I still get, if you lose, I get that gut wrenching feeling. You know what I mean? That you just, when you want to strangle somebody, okay, but you can't. You got to keep your poise. You got to make sure after every game, I talk to everyone just to see if he's okay. You okay? Anyway, are you okay? Are you all right? I make sure I shake every one of my players' hands before the game begins. Okay, I tell them go out and have fun. I tell them and go have fun. Okay, relax and go have fun. You'd be surprised. I go to games and I see offensive linemen getting their stance, right? And they're so rigid and they got the offhand clenched and right. I said, guys, relax. Don't fight. Okay, because when the ball's snapped, you got to go someplace. What happens? You have to relax your muscles to go someplace. So why do you want to go through that? Okay, right? Relax. When the ball snapped, go. Just go. Wherever you're gonna go, go. But don't be tight when you. You know, it's like, well, what can I do? Okay, I golf. Before my leg injuries, I used to play a lot of golf. Okay?
Yeah, Coach McNally said you were a great golfer.
In golf, grip in golf. Okay. Your grip in golf. How much pressure? If you take a tube of toothpaste and you take it upside down and you squeeze the tube of toothpaste, okay, but you don't want any to come out. That's about how much pressure your hands are on the club. Okay, that's about how firm you want to hold the club. Now, I see some guys, they take the club and they grip it real tight. Well, what happens is the tension now goes up your forearm, right? It goes up into your bicep and tricep. So now arms become real stiff, okay? Right? Because you've got tension, you've got, okay? Right? In your grip on the club. It's the same thing if you're in a stance. If you get in your stance, right, and you tighten up, right?
Yeah.
One hand and that arm, you tighten up the offhand, and well, now you just tightened most of your upper body.
Yeah.
Okay. Your body's going to be tight because you're in that bent-leg position. Okay. But you're still trying to relax. Okay. So you can go. Okay. You gotta be able to relax. You gotta have upper body violence. And here's one thing, everybody here, whoever's listening to this, okay, when you're blocking somebody, you breathe. Players don't breathe when they block. They hold their breath. They don't do that. If you hold your breath, you again. Your muscles start to tighten up. Okay, you got to learn how to breathe when you're blocking. Okay, guys, don't do that. Right? I think everybody before they get down should take a deep breath and blow it out. Okay, then get ready to play. Okay,
yeah.
You watch the golfers. The golfers, before they hit a shot, they take a deep breath, and then they hit the shot. They're ready to play. That's a play for them. The batters, watch the batters before they get in the batter box. They grab the bat, right? Then they step into the batter's box. Okay, you got to breathe, right? Guys don't do it. They hold their breath, right?
Yep. Yep. Coach.
They get tense. They get tightened up. Then they fall off the block.
Yep. Coach, I like your 3 points.
Breathe.
Breathe. You said be poised, be physical, finish. All right, point number 2, Coach McNally mentioned about being physical, and he said if the guy's not a prick, by the time you get him in college, he's probably not going to be a prick and be as physical. I mean, there's a lot of truth to that, isn't it? Kind of hard to teach a guy, to be physical in a sense. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously you're going to coach him up, right technique. You understand what I'm saying?
He's on. It's tough to make them physical. You need to keep them right in a physical where you need to keep them in a physical manner. Joe Bugel used to tell me, you need to make them callous. You need to make them callous. Doing this with them all the time. Callous. Okay. You need to make them callous. Not all guys are going to be as physical as you want them to be. You can make them a little more physical than when you first get them, right? Even like Jimmy says, when you get to college, that's how physical they're going to be. But when they get to pro football, right, they're going to find out they may need to be more physical in order to make the team.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I had a kid, Andrew Wylie. He's now a right tackle, right, for the Kansas City Chiefs. When I was at Cleveland, he was a developmental guy for me. Right? And I say, where's your brother? Right? Or where's your son? Where's your son? Right? Well, Andrew came to me one day. He says, Coach, how do I make the team? I said, Andrew, right? Your service in the defense. Okay, because all the teams I've been on in pro football, except sometimes in Canada and the XFL, you get enough offensive linemen where your first team guys don't have to take any of the defensive snaps. You don't want your first team guys taking the defensive snaps. You want to save them, okay? The second or the third team guys, they go run the defensive plays, right? So the offense, the show team, okay? I said, Andrew, when you're going against the defense, you got to win. You got to win. You got to beat the guy up in front of you. You got to win. When you got one-on-one pass blocking in that drill, you got to win. You win against the guys. Okay, you beat those guys up, and sit in the personnel meetings, right? And the defensive coordinator or the defensive guy goes, my coach says, "Hey, Wiles, who's 60?" Okay, and it's Andrew Wylie. Why? Hey, he's getting the shit out of us. Then you start to get noticed. That's when you get noticed. Okay, now you're rising. Okay, because you're beating up first team defensive guys. You're winning. Right now, you got a good chance to make the team. Okay, so how do I make the team? That's how you make the team. Right, you got to be smart. Don't get me wrong. You got to know your assignments, know the plays, be on time. Don't be late. Do the right things right. Do all that stuff. Okay, but you got to be able to produce. Right, if you beat up the number one guys when you go against the defense, right, you're going to get noticed. You're going to notice real quick. Well, Andrew doesn't show up for one of the morning meetings, right? So J.C. Tritter, I said, where's my son? He said, Coach, they cut him this morning. I didn't even know it. John Dorsey was a GM. I didn't even know it. Right? He cut him this morning. I said, they cut him? He's one of the better developmental guys that I had at the time, right? From Andy Heck. Hey, Wiles, Andrew Wylie, would you take him? I said, you bet your ass. I didn't even know he was cut. I said, I'd take him. The same thing when they let Austin Ryder go, the guy that was back up to JC. I didn't know that they were letting him go. They cut him, right? And I get a call from Andy, same thing. Hey, I got a chance to get I'd take him. Well, Austin goes and becomes the starting center at Kansas City. They trade Cam Irving over there. Okay. They trade Mitchell Schwartz over. Okay. Now they got Andrew Wylie over there. Okay. When they won the Super Bowl, okay. When they won the Super Bowl, okay, 4 out of those 5 offensive linemen were guys at Cleveland. Okay, but you want to make the team, Andrew Wylie, developmental guy. Okay, make the team.
We got a question from Wyatt Bode. Wyatt Bode is a coach in Minnesota. He wants to know at what work He's at work. What age can you teach someone to love football? When is it too late? He's a freshman, coach, and he's studying Alex Gibbs's reads for the running back and how to play wide zone. But he what should he worry about, coach? How do you teach a kid to love football?
The kid loves it, or really he either loves it or he doesn't. Don't force the kid. All right. I think as parents, and I hope I give some parents something to think about here. My dad was smarter than I thought he was when I was growing up. Okay. He exposed his kids. He had 2 sons, me and my brother. Right. He exposed us to all the sports. You know, back then it was football, basketball, baseball. There was hockey, wrestling. Okay, there was track and field, but you know, he exposed us to all the sports, and he also exposed us to the sports when we were young. The golf, the tennis, the swimming. He exposed us to those type of lifetime sports. Okay, because the other sports we were only going to play. Joe Thomas retired. He's 33 years old. He's got 50 years that he's going to go do something. Right? He's only 33. Okay, so you know you expose the kids to the sports, okay, and then you let the child decide which one he wants to play, and you really don't care which one he plays. Okay, I got a son that's playing soccer. I mean, a grandson that's playing soccer. Okay, his team's the #1 team in the district. It's the #1 team in the city. It's the #1 team in the state. They rank 2nd in the country, okay, in some polls and 1st in other polls. He's a soccer player. I enjoy that he's playing soccer. You know, would I like them to be left tackle? Yeah, but it doesn't happen, okay? But I'm glad he's playing a team sport, okay? And I don't care what team sport, football, basketball, baseball, expose the kid to the sport. The kid is either going to like the sport or he's not going to like the sport. That's how you get the kid to love football. He's either going to love it or he's not. There's no special magic to it. Okay. Some kids like the physicality of it. Some kids like to be physical. Some kids like the contact. Okay. Some kids like the chess match. They like the being able to figure it out. Okay. They can figure out what to do, where to go, how to get there. You know, how to play. Though some kids like to do that. Some kids don't. Okay. If they don't like it, you're not going to really like it. Okay. And in order to get them to like it, I think they need to have success.
Yeah.
There's going to be some success involved in it. And success, it doesn't always come easily. Okay. Okay. So you give them success as you go along, and they see. But if they don't like contact, okay, then they're probably not going to like football. You may want to put them in, you know, see if they like baseball, see if they like golf. You know, there's not a lot of contact in those sports. Okay, especially golf. This is another one, lifetime sport. Okay, but to get the kid to love it, you can have 2 boards in my rooms when you come into my meeting rooms. I've been doing it for years. The first board is the family board. I want them to bring in pictures of the people that are most important in their lives, and I call it the family board, because in reality, that's who they're actually playing for. We're giving them the opportunity, right, to play for those people. That's what the organization's doing. Be it the Bengals, the Bears, the Jets, it doesn't matter. Okay. Then I want a picture, okay, of when they first started to play football. I want them to bring in a Pop Warner picture, a junior high school picture, a high school picture. I want you bring me one of those pictures where you were playing football and you were playing it because you didn't get paid. Okay, you were playing it because you loved the sport. You stayed with it. Okay, you were good at it. You had success with it, but you had a passion or have a passion to play the game. I want those pitches. I want you to remember that, okay? Because having that passion and the love for the game that you instilled in yourself, nobody instilled it in you, okay? Right? And as you progressed with it, as you got better, right, somebody said, hey, okay, we're going to give you a scholarship to go to college. You can play football in college. You went on to play football in college. Some of you guys didn't get a scholarship because you had a passion and the love for the game. You still went on to play football in college and earned a scholarship. Right? Those guys impressed me more. Okay? Right? Then some genius came in and said, hey, okay, you're good enough to be drafted, right, and play pro football. And then some of you guys didn't get drafted and signed, right, undrafted free agent contracts and made the team. You guys impressed the other guys because you have more desire and will to do that. Okay? So now, right, now you get drafted and now you sit in the seats. Right? I wish I could show you meeting rooms. Right? My meeting rooms with the Browns, right, are different than any other meeting rooms that you have been. I don't believe in style meetings. Right? I believe in conference style meetings. They sit at conference tables and they see each other. Right? They need to see each other, look them in the eyes. Okay?
The Socratic
Right? Because if
method.
that kid in the back of the room makes a mistake, I'm showing a video. Those guys in the front, okay, don't turn around, look at that guy. But I'm correcting somebody, and everybody's conference style, everybody sees everybody else. Right? There's no hiding. You can't hide. Okay? So there's a method. You get into these seats. Okay? When you get into these seats, it's your job to keep the seat, not mine. I tell them right out, it's not my job for you to keep that seat. That seat's yours right now. It's yours. Okay? There's only going to be so many seats by the last cup. If you want one, it's your job to keep it. Why do I keep it, Coach? Well, I told you about winning when you're going against the you got to win. Okay? Right? You got to know what you're doing. You got to know the plays. You got to know what time to be there. You got to know when to go lift. You got to, you got to know what to eat, right foods to eat. Okay? Everything plays a part in this. How you going to make it? Okay? But I would say the number one thing is you better win when you go against the defense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay?
He's not winning. His team is not winning.
But what I'm saying, his team may not be winning, but is he winning? Joe Thomas' teams did not win. Thomas is in the Hall of Fame. Okay? Joe Thomas won. And Joe Thomas won a lot. Okay?
Yeah.
So the team, are you winning? Are you doing your job? Are you doing your job? We talked about doing your job earlier in this podcast. Are you doing your job? Okay?
Yeah, Coach, I interviewed
Right?
Tom
If you're doing your
McDaniel.
job, you're winning.
And
Yes.
Josh said that Bill
friend of
Belichick was the greatest listener of all time. Who are the greatest listeners you've ever been around? What coaches?
Good ones, really, Sam Weiss, he was a good listener. Okay, he would listen, right, and then he would make a decision. He listened to both sides of the story. Saunders, you ever been around Al Saunders? Al Saunders taught me this some years back. He says, you're going to hire somebody. You're going to hire a coach. You get phone calls of guys that are trying to get the position, right? And you say, don't hire that guy. I heard stories. He did this, that, and that. Okay? Right? Al said, don't listen to the stories. He says, if that guy's a good football coach, right, you're thinking of hiring him, you bring him in and you talk to him and you say, hey, I heard this, this, and this. I want to hear your side. You tell me your side. What happened? I want to hear both sides of this. Okay? I'm just not going to make a decision on what somebody else said. Okay? I make my own decision knowing all the facts. Okay? Because I think you're a good football coach. But I got to know that you're a good person and you have the chemistry and the loyalty that we need on this staff. Okay, so I don't know if that's the answer. He is one of the best listeners, right, that I've ever been. That guy right there.
Steve's got to get ready to go, Coach. His wife has got dinner ready for him. So, Steve, do you have any other questions before you sign off?
Why eating? Why is he eating?
That's right. I don't know. I hear you. No,
football.
You know, it's awesome. My wife at home, she started watching the podcast. She goes, "This is great. I love it." She goes, "Just to let you know, dinner is ready. If you know." So no, she gets it. This is awesome. Yes.
Coach, have you ever done a 4-hour podcast?
No. This was. I think that football wives. I think they're the greatest.
Yes,
the greatest.
We are. If they really understand, because that woman, okay, has to learn how to function without you. She does not need you.
Yes.
Okay. She has you. She wants you, but she doesn't need you. Okay, because you're going to be gone for hours at a time, days at a time. You're going to come home, she's sleeping. You're going to be leaving and she's sleeping. Okay, right? So that those girls that understand that part of it. Okay, now in the off season, different time. Okay, Virginia Howells. Okay, George Howells' daughter. Okay, had a sign that he had, and then she passed it on to me when I was leaving the Bears. And the sign said, "There's 3 things that are important in your life: your family, your religion, and the Chicago Bears." Okay, and I think you keep those things in order. Okay, if you can keep those things in order and not get confused, okay, then you'll be pretty successful at what you do. Okay, so your family comes first, but the family also has to understand, and especially you young coaches that are going for jobs and you have kids. The kids don't understand that you're working to make money and you have to spend hours at what you do. They don't understand finance. All the children understand is time. They just want your time. They don't care about money, right? They don't know anything about it. They just want your time. They know you're there, and they know when you're not there. And they know when they need you, that you should be there, okay? And one of the greatest regrets in my life, okay, is not watching my daughter grow up. I missed my daughter growing up because I was busy trying to become a good football coach and go. That was the greatest regret I have in my life. And to this day, right now, she understands that as she got older, okay, what I was trying to do, okay. But for me, this regret, and I'm still making it up to her and my grandkids, okay. Right, I'm still making it up to them, all right, to this day. I'm going to be 73 years old, okay. But if there's one thing that I regretted in life is, I spent too much time, not enough time with her when she's growing up. Okay, so you young guys don't do that. Don't do that. You got to make time, especially during the season. Yeah, it's a little different, right? You can take them to the games, right? Well, when I was going through training camp, okay, I ended up getting divorced, but in training camp, okay, in the off seasons, I made sure I had her all summer long. She was with me all summer long. She comes to training camp. I take her golf lessons. I always have a country club where she could go down and take golf lessons and come back, And then as she got older, okay, because she asked if she could bring her girlfriends down. Hey, I don't care. Bring your girlfriends down. It's okay. So I had 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old girls all over the house during the summer months and camp. They'd all come to training camp. Jennifer was she would go grocery shopping with Vinny Testaverde, and Boomer Esiason would take her out to buy clothes. And the kids would come to camp, and to Jennifer, because she's around all the guys, they were just guys. They were her buddies. These are my buddies. Okay, but the girls coming in, her girlfriends, they were awed by him. And Jennifer would get so mad. That's Boomer, or that's just Vinny, or that's just Kenny, or that's just, I had her enough. Okay, so you guys that have families, okay, go home when you need to go home. Just don't put time limit on it. Oh, these guys are afraid to go home early. No, don't do that. Go be with kids. Go do that. That's why I want those guys to bring in those pictures, the people that are most important in their lives. I want to do that. Never, you're growing up to little guys, you have friends and you have acquaintances. And you don't know who your friends are, and you don't know who the acquaintances are. Something bad happens to you. When something bad happens to you, okay, your friends show up. Okay, your acquaintances, they're gone. You can't imagine your friends and acquaintances. And Jimmy can attest to some of this stuff. You get jobs for guys. Okay, you get guys. Okay, and then later on in life, when you're not having the guys in a place where you can help you get a job, or if you've helped these guys out through their careers, they don't even call you back. They got short. That was an acquaintance. That wasn't a friend. Okay, and it's tough to tell the difference. And all you young guys, remember this: when you're on staff, you're always on an interview.
Always.
Because you don't know which one of those guys on that staff are going to become a head coach or offensive coordinator someplace. Right? You're always on an interview. Some guys take that one way, some guys take it another way. Okay? But you're always on an interview. And it's tough. Sometimes you open your mouth and do. It doesn't mean that you mean it. It's just that at that point in time, you got emotional. You got to learn to control all that stuff the best you can. People say, I work with. No, I'll do what you need to get done, but you got to make it make sense to me. It has to make fundamental sense with doing this and not doing some off the cuff stuff, some experimental stuff, right? Stay with the basics and the fundamentals. You know what I mean? That ends up winning the game for you. Is the basic fundamental stuff you do. Okay? People come in, they want, everybody, communication. Communication is 80 to 85% of this. It's 80 to 85% of the game is the communication that goes on between you and your players, and the rest of the guys on the staff, right? From the press box to the field, from the field to the huddle, from the huddle back to the sideline, or the communication in the meeting room, the communication, 85% of it, right, is communication. And we'll work on that. Everybody that comes in, they want the miracle technique, the first step, the magic play. Guys, they don't exist, right? If you just work on communicating and making sure everybody's on the same page, it's not the right page and the wrong page. Because everybody can be, I've seen plays where we've been on the wrong page, but everybody was on the wrong page and the plays worked. Okay?
Ooh.
Right? It's being
on the same
page. If you get everybody on the same page, right, it usually is going to work for you. Unless something breaks down. But, schematically, it should work for you on the same page. You got a chance. You got a better chance. It's the communication. Right? It's always the communication. You got to get them to talk. To talk back to you and not be afraid to talk to you. Okay? And you got to fucking listen. Right? Because they're playing. You're not playing. You haven't played a snap in 20 years, and you don't want to. Okay? My buddies always tell me, hey, don't you want to go take a snap? No, I don't. Okay. No, I want to go out there. Okay. Right. But I listen to them. I listen to them in the meeting room. I listen to them on the sideline because they're playing. You're not playing. Listen. Okay. Listen. Get what they're saying. See if it fits. See if it's working. Okay. Owen used to come to me and tell me, right, when to run the inside, when to run the outside, don't play. He come to the bench and he was right, like 90% of the time. He says, Coach, they're not getting off any blocks. They're not getting off any blocks. They're not. So run the outside plays because they're not running. Okay. So we'd run the outside plays and they'd work. And he was right. He said, they're not getting off any blocks. Run the outside plays. The inside plays, you got to knock them off the ball. You got to knock them that way. You know, you got to do basically the same thing on the outside play, but you got to get them to run more on the outside play. Get them to stretch, go, okay? And so the inside play, you got to physically knock them back, okay? But the communication, get them to talk. You got to talk, and you got to listen. They got to listen. They got to talk, okay? And the kids that don't talk, you got to get them to talk. I used to have guys that don't talk, have them come in the room, stand up, and tell a joke. Come in the room, stand up. Okay, tell us all a joke today. Okay, I had a kid from Canada. Okay, he wouldn't talk, so I would make him every day come in and tell us facts. It's something that we don't know about the country of Canada. Okay, I needed to get the kids. You need to get the kids to talk. Get them to talk to you. Right?
Yeah,
and
because
then you better listen.
I mean, it's probably even more important now with kids
You better listen.
texting all the time.
Right. Right. You know, I got to give you another story. My daughter, okay, at the time, they took my last name, made it my grandson's first name, Wylie, okay? So it was really good, okay? Because there's no other boys in our family. My brother doesn't have children, okay? And I just had one daughter, okay? I lost two children, but I just had one that lived, okay?
Sorry.
And that, she comes home from work, okay? And my grandson comes home from school, okay? And she says, Wylie, you got to go. Now, I happen to be visiting a grandfather. When you guys become grandparents, you're going to figure out involved with them raising the children. Stay out of it. You've already made your contribution. Stay out of it, okay? So she's telling him, Wylie, you got to do your homework. And Wylie is saying, well, no, I got to go play with Johnny and Joe and Jackie and whoever else. And she's saying, no, you got to go do your homework first. You know, and then you get good grades, and then we can put you in a nice high school, and then you get good grades, and then you get into a good college. And she's trying to reason with him why he will do his homework. So I'm sitting there watching this conversation go on. I'm sitting at the kitchen table, and I'm watching it, and I'm listening. Right, this conversation's going on for a few minutes, right? And he's winning the argument. So shit, he's winning. So finally, I slammed the table. Wylie, you get your little ass in your father's office, right? You start your homework, I'm going to hit you so hard you'll wake up and find your clothes are out of style. Do you hear me, Wylie? Now get your ass in there and start your homework. There goes Wylie. And his father's always doing his homework. And she looks at me. I said, Jennifer, you're the parent. You're not his friend. You can be his friend when he goes to college. You can take him out. You can buy him a beer. Okay, you can do all that stuff. Right now, you're the parent. Right? Okay? Right? He does his homework. He has to do his homework. Period. Done. It's done. Okay? There's no reasoning. Okay, do your homework, right? Modern day parody, drives me crazy, right? When I was a kid, okay, we rode a bike with no helmet. right? Right? We drank water out of the hose.
Yeah.
We
We
went
still do.
outside. Oh, yeah, inside? If you were inside, you're either sick or dead. That's why you were. Okay? Other than that, my mother's from Italy. Okay? You going outside, right? You're gonna go play outside. You know, climb a tree. When's the last time you climb a tree? Right? Climb a tree. Right? You know how the balance, the strength, okay, the equilibrium, how to figure out how to climb the tree, what that's building in the kid. No, I used to say, Wylie, go climb a tree in the back. Oh, Mom won't let me. You don't let him climb a tree? Why? Well, he
Make
may
it hurt.
something. Yeah, so he'll fix it. Go climb the tree. Okay? I don't see kids doing that. Play baseball. Right? We used to go down to the baseball field, and we would play baseball for 42 innings. You hit like 11 home runs. I mean, the scores would be 38 to 37, 38. I mean, it was amazing. Kids do that anymore. They're inside playing those friggin' games. Okay? Right? And we go eat. My mother would cook for everybody in the neighborhood. Right? Everybody would come in the neighborhood would come into, then we go back down to the park, right? And we play basketball for another 2 hours. Okay? Then we go home and do homework. Okay? That's what it is. If you wanted to know where your buddies were, you got on your bike and you rode around the neighborhood till you saw all the other bikes. And that's where your buddies were. Okay? They don't do that. Right? They're in there playing, bringing stupid games. So now, as a coach, okay, this is how they're growing up as a coach. So now you take that, right, and how they play those games, okay, and you need to integrate it into how you're teaching them, because that's what they know. That's what they understand. Understand the iPads, how to work the iPads, how to send them video. You know what I mean? How to draw on it, how to type on them, how to send you messages back, okay? Because that's the world that they in, okay? That's what they do, okay? So you better take that, in which most guys are doing nowadays, you got to put that into your teaching them, okay? It's no more stand up, with the acetate and draw on it and draw the, I remember an old coach, you've got to get it from the chalkboard to the grass of the coach. Remember that. That's one of my favorite sayings. I have a podcast that I did with Keith Grabowski up in Cleveland, and it says from the chalkboard to the grass. Okay, and I think that's really important as coaches. When we started a coach, you had a blackboard and you had a piece of chalk, and when you left that meeting, you were covered in chalk dust. Okay, right? When you left the meeting, it was all over the place. Right? You are going to be able to get it from the chalkboard. You're going to get it to the grass. Okay. Now they don't have chalkboards anymore. They got these fancy grease boards and traders, and then you got AstroTurf fields and turf field now, and you know what I mean. But I still remember, Coach, you need to get it from the chalkboard to the grass. It still sticks. Okay, one of my favorite sayings. Coach, you need to get it from the chalkboard to the grass. You got to be able to do that as a coach, and you gotta. Now they don't have that. Well, what do you need? What is handy to you? What mechanical devices that you have at hand? Meeting devices that you can get it right from your meeting grass. That's where it is. You got to get it on the grass. It's got to work on the grass. It's nice you can put it up on the grease boards. It's nice you can show it to them in video, but you've got to get it to work on the grass. Where would you really? But it's got to start in your meeting room. It's got to start there, right? So this has been one of the longest I've ever been on. But I hope
Coach,
I made.
You have set.
I hope I made.
Book
I hope I made
world record
for
the longest football podcast of all time
ever.
You're almost doubled Coach McNally's record.
I hope.
You're gonna get really mad now.
I hope I made that not only you can use in football, but you can use in life.
Yes.
You know what I
Thank
mean?
you. Thank you.
You don't not only teach the kids football. I mean, I got to show you. Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Whoa. Come on,
Take your
Wiley.
time. Take your
Come
time.
on, Wiley.
We're trying to get to 5 hours, Coach.
Oh.
We're trying to get to 5 hours.
I'm a consultant.
Yeah.
I'm a consultant
Tell
for
him,
EA
Coach.
Sports.
Whoa,
Yeah.
yeah, Madden.
I'm a
Yeah,
consultant. I helped them. I helped them do the math. Matter of fact, I just had a constant. What the other day we were talking about a crack book. I've been helping them do the Madden game for years. The offensive line playing the Madden game. Okay.
Wow.
So a lot of fun to
Wow.
watch the kids play it. But what I'm saying, what I'm saying is, I don't know if you guys can see this. Okay, this is a test that I give players. Okay, at the end.
I want to see
Okay.
that.
But I give them this test, and what it is. Okay,
Teddy
here's the
Roosevelt.
test. All right, here we go. All right, hang on. Okay, here's a play on the test, right? And all I want them to do, where is it? All I want them to do in their assignments and assignments on each side in the line ball. That's what I want them to do. Write their assignment in, and the assignment what the guy doesn't need. Now the centers, I want you to fill out the whole thing, both sides, all the line calls, the centers. But if I'm a guard, I want to know what the center's doing. I want to know what the tackle's doing. If I'm a tackle, I want to know what the tight end's doing. What the left's doing. Okay, so I make them fill that out. It's not only the football. I got stuff here in this one about Teddy Roosevelt. I want them to learn about Roosevelt. Right? I want them to learn something about life. Okay? I want them to learn this is some different galaxies, right? That you don't know anything about the galaxies that are out
Which one
there
am I from,
in
Coach?
space. There's different things that I go through.
Which one are me and Coach McNally from?
Okay. The Sombrero Galaxy. You know what the Sombrero Galaxy is? No, I put pictures in like this. Because okay.
Mental toughness.
Put pictures in that they probably don't see. Okay.
Yeah, what does mental toughness mean to you? What does mental toughness mean to you?
Mental toughness is you're going to go beyond your inner best. You've got an inner best and something the best. Okay. Mental toughness is going to get you beyond that point. Beyond whatever that point is, mental toughness will get you. Okay. So I give them in the test, they got the run game, the pass game, they got all the plays we're going to have in the game. But I also give them, let me see if I can. I want to show you this galaxy right here. Let's see if I can show it to you. You see that galaxy?
The sombrero.
That one right there. That's the Sombrero Galaxy.
That's where I'm from.
Sombrero Galaxy, because it looks like a sombrero. Okay. Okay. Now listen. The Sombrero Galaxy is 28 million light years from Earth. It has 800 billion suns and 50,000 light years across. The Sombrero Galaxy. They would never know about that. Okay. But funny cartoons, things to learn about life, things they don't know about. Let me see if I can find a cartoon in this test. Okay, go on here. Where is it? Okay, I give them cartoons that they get. Some of the things they can read. Your husband will meet a violent end. And it says, will I be convicted? That's the cartoon. So I give them different cartoons as they go through as they go through and take the test. Okay. I take the test, all right, and I grade it, all right. The night before the game, I give it back to them. If I can give it back to them earlier, so they have to give me. I give them the test on Thursday. They need to give it back on Friday morning. I give it back to them on Saturday. Okay, because on that Saturday night, I want to make sure that we are on the same page. Me and them are on the same page when we step across the white line on Sunday. Okay? So I make sure. Now, sometimes it doesn't look like that when the ball is snapped, but at least we did our due diligence to make sure that everybody that's going to be playing, okay, we are on the same page. And even the guys, the developmental guys, I make them do the test. They do the test because they got to learn. Okay? So everybody does, and they love doing the test. It's an open book test. You can take your game plan and copy it right out of the game. I don't care. But I want them to write it down again. Okay? We're going to go over it again. Okay? Just so that we are on the same page right when the game starts. Okay? Doesn't take a lot of time. Okay? It may take them an hour to do the whole test because all they're doing is copying off the game plan. But I want them to go through that process again. And a lot of them, the real good ones, the real good players, right? They already, because they know the plays, and start writing it in, right? You'd be surprised, all right? How many of them are right when I get the test, right? Because they know what to do. If we're running a Louis call and 60 protection, okay, they don't need to get to their game plan, right? And look them up. They know it's going to be Louis.
They know.
So it is. So there's a lot of pieces to the puzzle that you have to put together. Like my room, if you walk, I thought you got the family board. That's the first thing you see is the family board. On the opposite side of the wall, okay, if you walk in the door, family board's to your right. On the left wall, that's where the board is. Okay, right? In here, I have the table set up in conference style. Everything's conference style with the big man chairs. I have trees all over the place with gorillas in them, big gorillas. Okay, they're in because gorillas make the best offensive linemen. Okay, that's another whole story.
Okay? Coach McNally,
go ahead and give us the story about the gorillas.
Well, the gorillas, the gorillas, I have to show you that we got made up. Okay, it's about demeanor. The gorillas run with their knees bent. Okay, they run with their feet out. Okay, they have a arch in their back. They got long arms. Okay, they got a nasty disposition. Okay, that's what you want as an offensive lineman, right? God created that offensive lineman. Somebody messed them up, put them in the jungle, right? And now all he does is he eats bananas and he makes baby gorillas. That's all the guy does. Right? He could be playing afternoons, making millions of dollars, right? But that's what the emphasis. I look at the gorilla. He can keep his center of gravity down the middle of his body. It's amazing. He can run in a 2-point stance, or he can run on all fours. Okay, it's what you want. It's what you want your linemen to do. Okay, the gorillas make the best. Right. So I got a whole demeanor thing that goes through that whole thing, okay? That I show the players. See the arch in his back?
Yeah.
Picture him. Picture him coming off the ball with the arch in his back like that, with his head up. Okay.
He's got body presence. Look at that's it right there. Hold on.
They make the best offensive line. So,
right here.
Here
you go.
I got.
Right here.
I got here. Hang on a minute. I got one right here. And my buddy right here. A gorilla.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna pause.
Big gorillas.
Oh, there it is,
Okay.
Coach.
I got small gorillas. You know, when I was with the Browns,
Look at that, Coach.
there you go.
Protective.
Go through his positioning right there, Coach.
You got good posture. Look, his knees are bent. He's got lines. He's on his instep. He's got his head up. His neck is bowed. Okay, he's got arch in his back. Right. What else do you need?
I don't know. Where can we find those? I want 5 of them, Coach. I'll run it every play.
Recruit those guys. Get 5 of those guys, right, and just run behind them every play. Don't throw the ball. Just run behind those guys.
Yeah, I don't want to throw the ball.
Okay. That's so you to show the kids, you know, how the body works, and the girls make the best offensive line. Matter of fact, when I was with the Bears, we had a contest, and the contest was named the Gorilla. So we offered 4 tickets, okay, to a game, and you'd be surprised the names that we got from the fans and naming the Gorilla. And the most name that came in, the name that got the most was Gus. So we named him Gus. Gus is the gorilla.
Gus.
So that was kind of fun to do. That was kind of fun to do with Gus. That's the way the meeting room is set up like that. And then I got a refrigerator there, a microwave oven in there. I got a Super Bowl trophy, okay, that's cut out, right? That's in there. I got a bookshelf in there where they put all their snacks in, right? And then they put tape, and they put ankle tape, and they put pre-wrap, right? And they put any different type of bufferin, aspirin, Tylenol, whatever they put that in there if they need that. They got wraps in there if they need the wraps, okay? All right. I've got chairs. On one wall, on the right wall, okay, there's 5 guys that are in the Hall of Fame that were offensive linemen, right, for the Cleveland Browns. So I got big pictures of those guys on that wall, right? And then there's 15 other guys, now 16 other guys that have made all pro, okay, for the Cleveland Browns. So I got pictures up there that are half the size of the Hall of Fame guys, right? And then in between all those pictures, I have all my things I was telling you. I have 20 plus sayings that they made up, and they stay stuck between the pictures, okay? Really was pretty to read. And when you first walk in the room,
Yeah,
that you see it's really, matter of fact, the marketing people, right? I was down there working in the off season all day because it was quiet down there. So I go down there and work at my meeting. All of a sudden the door opens up and the marketing people come in with the sponsors. They got it on tour. They got it on the tour. They bring the sponsors through my meeting room. They gotta be kidding, right? So they come in and the guy goes, "Oh, Coach, I'm sorry." I said, "Don't worry about it." I say, "Guys, come in, sit down." Right, and then I put up a play. Okay, so this is what we're doing on this. And I start illustrating it and showing them the play. Oh, they love it. It was like they were players. And then the marketing guy comes to me and says, "Coach, I really appreciate that." I said, anytime I can help you out with this, it's okay. Right? But the way the room is designed, now every holiday, the room is decorated by Halloween. It's all decorated Halloween stuff. Right? There's ghosts, hobgoblins, witches, brooms. The whole room's decorated. And then we have crazy candy. Right? And you'd be surprised. People from all over the world come down and get a couple pieces of candy. The other positions come in and get stuff. Okay? Halloween. Thanksgiving, we do the same thing. Right? We put everything in there Thanksgiving-wise. Okay? Turkeys, hay bales, pumpkin, whatever it is, we put in that corn, right? And then we have our own cafeteria at the Browns. Jimmy Haslam does a wonderful job. He feeds 210 people 3 meals a day for nothing. You get right. So I go to the chefs and I have them make cornbread, right? So they make cornbread for Thanksgiving, and we put it in with some butter, okay, and then kids can have some cornbread. People from other places come in, they have some cornbread around Thanksgiving time. So we have that. Then Christmas time, okay, Christmas time, we decorate it Christmassy. And they get a live Christmas tree, tall. It's like 10 feet tall. And they decorate it, okay? And they decorate the whole room in Christmas style. And they got Christmas music. And they got candy canes and Christmas candy. And everything is Christmas. And we have what we call, they call it Dirty Santa. It's like an old Kris Kringle. Everybody gets a gift that's wrapped. And we put a dollar amount you can spend no less than, let's say it's $1,000. It changes year to year. So everybody has to cost $1,000, and you wrap it up and you put it under the tree. Then you put on the board, right, the list of names by seniority. You list them by seniority, from one to whoever. It's always the last guy. I had the most seniority in the room. Right, so the first guy takes the gift, opens it up. Hey, whatever it is, TV. Right. Second guy opens his gift. If he doesn't like it, he can take the first guy's gift. Okay, and we spend after practice, obviously, having this Kringle. We got hot chocolate. We got different foods in there. Okay, and we got music playing. And we're going through this Kris Kringle. And everybody's exchanging gifts, and I'm the last guy to pick. Okay, so we do that. Okay, and in my second year, to the last game, I dislocated my right ankle, I broke my right leg, and I tore all the tendons off my left knee in practice. Okay, so they get to the hospital, and our orthopedic surgeons are in the hospital, right? So they come down and they say, Coach, we got you. You're going to be okay. We'll fix you. So they reset the ankle and they set the leg, right? And say, we can cast this, but it's going to move on you. I said, we can operate on it. So I said, okay, well, do the surgery. So they do the surgery, okay? So the next morning, right, they wanted to get me up out of bed. I said, okay, I'll get up out of bed, I'll get moving around, and then days I'll go back to work. I can coach out of a golf cart. I couldn't stand. So they took me back down, right, and they did an MRI on my left leg, and they found all the tendons falling off my knee. Okay, so they had to go back in, took me right to surgery, and they drilled holes in the knee, and they reattached the tendons. They tied the tendons back on. So I spent 8 weeks in the hospital, non-weight bearing, couldn't get out of bed for 8 weeks. Matter of fact, Jimmy and his wife drove over from Buffalo to see me. Okay, so I'm in the hospital for 8 weeks, couldn't get out of bed. Right, I spent 122 days in that hospital. Okay, they had to teach me how to walk again. Right, and then they put me. When I got out, I spent 68 more days in outpatient rehab, where Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays I'd be on land, and Tuesdays and Thursdays they put me in the water. Okay, so then I said, that's enough of this. Okay, I had enough of it. So then I went back to coaching. So I didn't know any better. So, 2019 I didn't coach. 2020 I coached. All right. So what I learned from all this, the next year that year that I got hurt, I got hurt on a Thursday. To have the Kris Kringle on the Friday, the next day, and the players came in the hospital. And said, I'm sorry, I can't get out of here to go do that. He said, Coach, don't worry about it. I said, don't worry about it. He said, yeah. They said they took everything. It still chokes me up now. They took everything that was in the room and they brought it to the hospital. Okay, and they wheeled me down into this conference room in the hospital, all decorated, and they had all the gifts in the tree, right? And they had it there. Okay, that's when you know you got them. That's when you know that they really love you as a person. Okay, to do that for me, hey, and then the media they had Mayfield. They had, I think JC was mic'd up. Either Baker was mic'd up or JC was mic'd up. And in the game, we ended up kicking the hell out of the Bengals. They're running down the field at the end of the game. Okay? And JC goes up to Baker. And he says, hey, after we kneel down, give me the game ball. We're going to take it over the Wilds. He said, we're going to take it over the Wilds at the hospital. So after the game, they all came over to the hospital and gave me the game ball. Okay?
Wow.
In the media, so Baker gets in the huddle and says, okay, guys, after the snap, okay, we're going to give this ball a Wilds at the hospital. So they snap the kneel down on it, and 90 minutes later, they're in the hospital giving me the football. Okay, that means something to you as a coach. That really does mean something to you,
Yeah.
Then all that stuff come from HBO. HBO, they told me that, he said, Coach, they said, we've been doing this for 14 years, right? They said, you're the best guy we've had on this thing for 14 years.
Why?
And then after,
why were you the best?
I was ranting and raving about all kinds of stuff, right? That Normandy stuff. I went through that Normandy stretching, and why would, and then I went through, music, okay? I mean, can they play football? They played football in 1946, right? They didn't have music in 1946. Did they put a big band in the stands and play music? I went through that rave. I went through the Crowder sled. Look, the Crowder sled was invented in 1932. It looks the same as 1932.
Yes.
Right? The body hasn't changed, right? There's a sequence of motion that the body needs to go through, and blocking the sled gives you the best sequence of motion to create that. Okay? Right? And so I went through that spiel. And then I go through, short steps are better than long steps. They're coming out from under the chute. I go, and then I tell them, short steps are better than long steps. It's the only time in your life where you're going to hear short is better than long. And they laugh at it.
That's true.
HBO's with all this stuff. They're in my meeting room. I'm showing them the gorilla tape in the meeting room about demeanor. Okay, so they on video. Their own cameras are in there. Okay, so they follow me around forever. Right? And after everything was over, and then during the season, and they said, Coach, we would like to do the Life and Times of Bob Wiley. I said, oh, God. I said, really? I said, you guys better stop. Right? And what they did, they came up to Rhode Island, okay, and they did the Life and Times of Bob Wiley at my house, where I grew up. I started to coach Pop Warner football, where the high school I played at, where I coached in high school, and where I learned how to fly, the whole ball of wax. They did a special on it. Okay.
Has it ever been released?
On YouTube someplace. The Life and Times of Bob Wiley.
Okay.
And it was the Hard Knock stuff. And yeah, it's out. You can get it. It's been out for, oh God, they did this a while back, right? So that was kind of fun to do with those guys. Those were guys who were fun to be around.
Yeah.
And the camera guys, actually, they did it with the cameras, and so that was fun. Then they made up those cups and all that set up stuff. Did I say set up? If I say set up, my belly moves. Set up, because I don't want to go through the cadence, because I don't want to go red 84. Red 84. But or red 32, blue 32. So I don't want to go through the whole cadence deal. I want to get the rep in. So individual, I just go set up, right? We go. Next guy, set up. We're going. We're going. We're not wasting any time.
Yeah.
Okay. So they took that. They made that a big thing. But they come up with the cups and everything, right? So, and they got more stuff that came out with that, and from my buddies that saw it on HBO and stuff. I got more texts and emails from guys, Right? So it was, and I didn't change my. People thought, did he change the cameras with it? No, if you would have did this 30 years ago, you would have got the same thing that I did that day in practice. It wasn't anything unusual. Wasn't anything unusual for the players to hear. It was unusual for the fans, you know what I mean, and HBO to hear. There wasn't any unusual stuff that I didn't do with players. Okay, I do magic tricks. I'm an amateur magician, so a lot of times when before meeting, I'll do, they said, Coach, what do you got for us today? So I'll do a magic trick for them or something, and so you talk about the gorillas. I bought, I don't know how many little gorillas. I don't know any in here. I got one. I don't know if you can see that guy. Can you see that guy in the corner there? There's a guy with that big glass football. There's a little gorilla on the side of it. I don't know if you can see it.
I can see a glass football.
Yeah.
I bought like 50 of them, and I went around on the Browns. You saw the glass football. Well, right next to it, there's a gorilla. Okay, and I bought like 50 of those, 40 or 50, and I went around, and the marketing people, accounting, media, video, the Hasselms, anybody, the scouts, okay, the analysts, right? They got a little gorilla they put on their desk. I had them all over the Bronco. And gorillas make the best offensive linemen. And my last 3 lines, I'm kind of proud of this one. Jimmy will say I'm bragging. Okay, my last 3 lines, right, and in professional football, where I finished 6th in one, 10 in another one, and 2nd. My last 2 lines with the Browns, right, I finished 10th, and it was tough to do because we didn't have a quarterback that had won a game in the National Football League. But the line finished 10th. They grade the lines now, okay? Last year, the line finished 2nd. The only line better was the Steelers. Mike Monchak was coaching the Steelers at the time, right? That was the only line. That was the line that finished 1st, okay? So you kind of have these little things that you're proud of, but the other things that happen that we're kind of proud of with this clinic is we've been doing it for years, okay? So a couple of years back, like 3 years ago, I think 8 offensive linemen got drafted in the 1st round. I think last year 9 offensive drafted in the 1st round. I think this year there was 5 offensive linemen that got drafted in the 1st round. Well, when you go back and you find out the guys that coached them, all those guys come to the clinic religiously, or they get the videos from the clinic religiously. Okay, so I like to think that what we do filters down, right, to the college guys, to the high school guys, to the Pop Warner, junior high school guys, and youth league football guys. I think it filters down through that, and then it shows up. It shows up on video, and then it shows up on draft day. And no, don't get me wrong, those guys still have to coach them. Those guys are good players, that they can do it, okay? Stuff like that, so I'd like to think that the clinic had just a small part to play in, making those guys better. Those guys could become better players. Right? And then they have, on draft day showing up on whatever round they get drafted in. So that's kind of neat to watch. So we figured that through the years that we've been doing this, that we probably helped 12,000 become better guys, easily. Man. So and the guys, like I said earlier with our clinic, the guys that speak at it are the guys that can teach. They can teach. They can teach. They know what they're teaching. They get it. They get it from the chalkboard to the grass. Now, I got guys that sometimes don't have the winning records. Doesn't mean they can't coach. That doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean they're not a good football coach. Okay? Just mean that. Okay? But that kid, the guy that's coaching the offensive line, he is a good football coach. Okay? So, matter of fact, I have one guy like that. Okay, Keith Clark from Dartmouth. He's a really good offensive line coach. Now, his team struggled this year, but all those other years, the other 10, 12 years, where Dartmouth was like 1, 2, and 3 in the Ivy League. Okay, one season doesn't mean he can't coach.
Right.
Okay, he's still a hell of a football coach. Okay, I said, okay, it's okay. You can coach. You can be on this thing. You can teach. You can get on this. It's okay. So I try to find the best teachers. Try to find the best guys to teach. So, I thought about doing this, is leave a spot open and pick somebody in the audience to come up and do a clinic when it was live. When we had it live, just leave an open spot, right? And say, okay, right? Pick some guy,
Yeah.
Okay, Steve Smith. Like, Steve, you here? Why are you, Steve? All right.
Troy Taylor.
Give us a 30.
I run ISO to
Give
my
us a
sideline.
30-minute. Give us a 30-minute clinic on a trap block. There you go. Your turn. But you're putting the guy on the spot. You know what I
I
mean?
like it.
This is the toughest. This is the toughest to prepare for.
Yeah.
People think that it is. No, this is the toughest one. The guys that speak at this clinic, okay, it's even the guys that have been around, Jimmy, myself, Paul, it's tough to prepare, right, and speak at this clinic because everybody is a line coach.
Yeah.
Going to some of the other clinics where you can kind of bullshit them a little bit. No, they're all line coaches, right? And they want to know offensive line play, okay? And they know, and they don't want to hear any of the bullshit, okay? So you're going to get, offensive line play. You're going to get the drills. You're going to get how they do it. There's no secrets in how to block the guys, okay? They're going to tell you exactly how they're going to do it, okay? Or exactly how it's done. It's not like it's going to share the secret, right? It don't work like that. And if I ever get this back together where I can do it in person again,
Yeah.
okay, the way it's set up, we got big screens, we got a gigantic stage, we got tables and chairs, right? The tables are draped, okay? We got chairs all around the room, okay? We got water for them. Pro Football Focus buys 400 pizzas, okay? For lunch. Nobody goes out for lunch, right? We give them a hour for lunch, everybody gets a pizza, and we continue on Saturday. Okay, that's the way it was when we were doing it live, okay? So on Friday night, and then we go up a VIP room on the top of the hotel, okay? And I'd have sandwiches. I have another whole spread of food for them, open bar, okay? You can come up and be with the speakers and get your questions answered and talk to the guys. And then Saturday morning we start early, right? We go all day until the last guy was finished. On Friday I take all the speakers out to eat, and do the same thing on Saturday night if they're still around. We go out to eat. Okay, we football, right? Football. Like I said, if you don't get the answer you're looking for, if you've got a problem and you get the answer, you should be able to get the answer. So that's it, guys. I don't know what time it is. I don't know if it's still light outside.
Coach, you got 6 more minutes, Coach, and you're gonna break a world record.
6 minutes.
6 more minutes.
Hey, Coach.
What's the longest you ever talked?
I was going to become invisible.
Coach, What's the longest you've ever
All
talked?
right, I'll give you this one. I'll give you this one here. This will help a lot of guys out there, I'm sure. Okay. All right. Some guys have trouble picking up the TEs.
Right.
Okay. They pick up a TE. How do you pick up a TE? Okay. One of the major problems I see is the guard. Right. The guard has to redirect. He has to cover up the 3 technique, and he has to redirect them underneath his shoulder. You got to redirect that defender to come underneath the tackle near his shoulder. Okay? But if he don't, he's going to pick the tackle, and then he's going to come around. Okay? So he's going to snap that guy off. So he goes underneath the tackle. But when the end is coming around, okay, that inside leg cannot be up. He can't have it up. It can't be in a stagger where the outside leg is back and the inside leg is up. Because what happens, we always say feet before hands. Move your feet before your hands go. Okay? So what happens when that guy's coming around, right? He's got to see he's coming around with his hands. What happens with that leg? He may move it as a power step, but the hip is locked. That hip is essentially locked. So his hands are going to continue across the center of gravity. And then that leg, that foot, everything's going to open at one time. That hip is going to open, that leg is going to drop way back, and he's going to open up the inside out. Okay, that guy's going to be running to the quarterback. Right? The best he can do is grab him. Okay? So when that guy, as he snaps that guy off, right, inside the end's coming around, that inside leg has to come back. It has to be either parallel, okay, with his outside leg, or it may be slightly behind. Just, I know my fingers, where am I? It may, this is his outside leg. Where am I? This screws me up. Right? Right? It should be so, this is his outside leg. Right? This one here. Right? Then it should be slightly behind. Not way behind, just slightly behind. Okay? Because, right, he now has a little stagger with his inside leg, right? Or he could even parallel, but now he can move faster. He can move faster inside with the loop guy. He can move faster as the loop guy's coming inside. If the guy's coming around, he's going to try to grab the guard's inside shoulder, right, and go through that B gap. Or A gap, A gap. He's going to try to go through that A gap. Okay? So that guy has to move with that looping guy.
Yeah.
Okay? But he's not going to move with him if he's got a stagger. Okay? He's going to get a parallel, or he's going to have a slight stagger so he can move laterally faster. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I watch a lot of tape. Guys don't do that. The inside leg, they pass the guy off. The inside leg gets caught up, and all of a sudden, the loop guy's free because the guard, right, got his inside hip locked. He couldn't move his feet fast enough because he had a stagger.
Lose the post.
Right?
Yeah.
You want to have the stagger now, lose the post, be parallel, or have a slight stagger to move with the guy coming around. Does that make sense to everybody?
100%.
Right? I watch a lot of film. I don't pick up that TE stunt because that right there. Right?
Yes.
And the tackle, obviously the tackle, you know, he's going to be thinking, I got a 3 technique to the TE. So he's always going to be cognizant on his set that he has a 3 technique, and he also has to know down and distance. Like if it's 3rd and 6, fuck yeah, there's a good chance you're going to get it.
Yeah.
You know, if it's 1st and 10, you might not get it. Okay. So you know, so the tackle's going to be cognizant that there's a 3 technique there. Okay. And when I kick, I want to keep my knee down, going down the field. I don't want my outside knee to open. Right. So when I kick, that outside knee stays down the field. My
square
has to be. I need to use the inside hand, a dry hand, or whatever I need it, so I don't get picked, okay, by the 3 technique. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on. I just picked out that one little thing with the God's inside leg, right? That may help people with that.
That's awesome. No, it makes sense.
Are we counting down? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Are we counting down now? 10, 9, 8.
We got 30 seconds, Coach.
Invisible here shortly.
Coach, you went 30. You're about 30 seconds away from
all right,
5
30
hours.
seconds. Think about this. Think about this. 30 seconds, right? The Saturn V rocket. I give you useless information. The Saturn V, okay, right? That took the first men to the moon, right? Right? Those guys are sitting on top of that rocket. Okay? It's just getting ready to go.
Yeah.
Saturn V, most powerful rocket ever built by man. Okay?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they think and say, God, this was built by the lowest bidder. Shit. You're sitting on top of a piece of equipment that's built by the lowest bidder.
Well, I'm the low man on the totem pole, Coach. Coach, you said think big.
Anyway.
Hey,
Actually,
you said think big.
Think big.
You said don't be afraid to fail. How about get 5 hours out of Bob Wiley on the podcast? How about get Dick LeBeau to give a 6-minute speech about Jim McNally?
Hey, that was about 3 hours ago.
I got cut out by Jim McNally 3 hours ago.
My mother told me one time before she died at 96. She told me one time, she says, you know, how many years you been coaching? And I told her like 50 or something like that. She goes, you still have a locker. She looked at me and goes, you still have a locker. Like I was in high school. You had the locker in high school, you put your stuff in. Yep. Yes, I do, Mom. I still have a locker. Right? I like to intend to keep it for at least another 1 or 2 years anyway. People ask me, when are you going to retire? When it's not, when I can't help anybody get better, okay, it's not fun anymore. Yeah, right now I think I can help people. I can help do things that help guys get better, with their players as coaches, their meeting rooms, whatever it is.
Well, Coach, we're going to get you on Twitter.
I enjoy doing it. I appreciate you guys calling me, having me. I appreciate you guys having me on. I really do.
Appreciate you, Coach.
I enjoyed this.
We set a world record today, Coach.
Don't hesitate to call.
Thank you.
My numbers. Yeah. We set a world record.
Yes. 5-hour podcast. The longest football podcast of all time.
Love you guys. All right.